There you are. All right. Here we go. Spirit, where you at? Spirit, where's your butt? Huh? Spirit, where's your butt? Live. There we go. There we go. That is. Okay, there we go. All right. Now, Spirit, are you guys going to play? Is that what you guys are going to do first? You guys going to play? Or are you going to have treats? Huh? We're going to play or we're going to have treats? Spirit, look at you, huh? Look at you. Look at you. There's your girlfriend. Spirit, we're going to play or we're going to have treats? Hmm? Come on, get over here. Come on. Get over here. Come on. Get over here. Come on, get over here. Oh, don't, no. Get over here. I said get over here. Come on. Come on, get over here. Come on. There you go. Sit down. Come on, sit down. Sit down. There you go. There you go. Good job. Good job. This is a little bit weird, man. I think that these are amazing. Hey, get your nose back from that. Get your nose back. Let's see who popped in. Callie! Callie, oh my gosh, it's good to see you, Callie. Good to see you. All right, we gotta get the notebook down here. Gotta get the notebook down here. Callie, how you doing, kiddo? What's going on in your world? Everything good back there in Virginia? You're in Virginia or Virginia? Get up here. Come on. Come on. Come on, there you go. There you go, huh? Look at that. Callie's in the house. It's good to see her. It's good to see Callie. You get over here, get your face. Oh my gosh, get your face. You got your big old feet sprawled out there. I went out on Facebook today. I'm going to ask the guy if I can use the pictures. But I went out on Facebook today. Hey, Guardian Angel, good to see you. Went out on Facebook, and there was a nice little pissing contest going on in this user forum with Tibetan Mastiff owners. You got a couple Tibetan Mastiff owners out there who seem to think that because they've owned Tibetan Mastiff owners for a long period of time that they are like the world experts on Tibetan Mastiff forums. Hello, Notarol. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. Watch out, Denali. Watch out. Get your big old face out of here. Get your big face. I titled this, there we go. Sometimes people like to know. And I titled this military veteran Ask Me Anything chat because I've been getting some questions. So Guardian Angel and Irish Cream, if you guys could kind of pop the message up, I'll let Guardian Angel do it. Irish, I'll give you the web address. The way it, or we don't need to do that. So I'll have Irish, if you don't mind, Irish, handle the web address, and then I'll have Guardian Angel handle the let's see here, we'll do that. I kind of try to watch how many people come in, but I told people that this is a military veteran Ask Me Anything chat. So if you could kind of intersperse that in, Guardian Angel, that would help. Edward, hello. Edward, Denali got sick last night. I wanted to tell you about it in case in case I didn't get a chance to let you know first. I know that she's got your number now, and she may call you and say, Edward, I got sick, and so I just wanted to let you know that she's been sick, but she's okay now. The reason that she got sick is I think that the steak was too rich for her last night. The steak and the baked potato. I know, Edward. I know. So Edward, I just want to let you know I took her too. I'm going to turn the camera back over here. I know Edward wants to see you. I got to talk to Edward about your health conditions. I think what happened, Edward, is is she had a little bit too much. Yeah, you should be sorry. You should be. I think she had a little bit too much steak and baked potato last night. I know that, sometimes lobster can be too rich. Um, but anyways, Edward, I wanted to let you know that, even though it's the weekday, I, went door knocking. I took her to a neurosurgeon, a dentist, dermatologist, a foot doctor. I took her everywhere just to make sure that she, that she was okay. I haven't had her to an orthopedic surgeon yet, but I love giving Edward shit. We'll just say that tonight's theme is like veteran ask me anything chat, and so we're gonna be feeding the dogs. We got the dogs here. Get up on your feet and work for a living, would you? Get up on your feet and work for a living. But yeah, just something like that, guardian angel. Just make it chill. I wanted to. Hey, Asia, welcome in. I bet you're proud of your dad. One of the topics that we're going to be talking about, if you could kind of advertise it maybe every couple minutes, guardian angels, we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about stolen valor. Tonight we're going to talk about stolen valor. And the reason that I want to talk about stolen valor is because somebody came in here one night and made a comment that, for anybody who hasn't been in the military, probably wouldn't understand the significance of that comment. But for me, it was like a 911 signal. Thank you. Thank you, Guardian. No, you're good. You're good. I mean, I've had people, oh wow, has an AK-47. Oh my gosh. Hey Paul, good to see you. Thank you for coming in, man. I had somebody ask me, gosh, we've been doing live streams for about a month. And by the way, I think you all know I love these live streams. Let's get you over, Edward. Let you have a little spirit time here. I got the notebook in front of me, but I'm gonna move it so that we have a little spirit time for Edward. As y'all know, Edward's kind of the OG in the house. I always give Edward a little credit for being the OG Irish cream. Callie's here tonight. Everybody say hi to Callie. Always like to make sure Callie gets a shout out whenever she gets a chance to get in, because Callie's one of those cool kids who makes sure she gets to bed in time so that she can be at school in the morning. And I mean, anymore in 2026, a kid who's responsible and goes to school is a good kid. Good kid. You go to school, that makes you a good kid. Oh my gosh. But this chat that took place this one night, for you all may not seem like a big deal, but I'm letting the mods know about this. And I have another vet who I communicate with privately who's on the channel, and I brought this up with him as well. And what goes on with stolen valor, and the reason that it shocked me was, you all have asked, about the dog treats and stuff, and I said, I feed them Mike Ritland's Team dog treats. And, I wanted to give people some perspective of who Mike Ritland was, because I really admire the work that he does with the Belgian Malinois. Hi, Moxie. So, it just meant a lot to me to give some perspective to who Mike Ritland's organization was. And one of the things about his organization was that he worked with naval special warfare. I'm not going to use the word that goes with naval special warfare because it brought up some issues in this. I'll tell you in a second. So, I think it was about a month into the chat, and I'm looking down here at the keyboard is why y'all don't see me. See me chatting directly into the screen, but it was about a month into the chat, doing the live streams, and I was talking about Mike Ritland and his products and so forth. And somebody came in, and I had said, Mike Ritland's a Navy SEAL. And then somebody popped in a couple minutes later with the question. They said, "Are you a Navy SEAL?" And I said, "No." I said, "I'm sorry if I gave you that impression." I said, "I'm not." Now, for people who may be civilians who don't understand the intricacies of the military, um, claiming that you're a Navy SEAL or claiming that you're Green Beret or, um, MARSOC, which is Marine Special Operations, or any of the Special Operations, Army Rangers, so forth, Delta Force, that's uh, that's wrong. It's not just that you could get reported for it. That's great, Moxie. We don't need to know about your sexuality. We really don't. You've been, I've let you know now if this is going to continue. This is not the chat for it. So, we'll just kind of let you hang out here for a little bit. But if you keep that up, is Marky Mark in the chat? Is he in the chat yet? Marky Mark, did I miss you coming in? Is he in here in the chat? I didn't see him pop in. But anyway, so this person asked me this question, and I immediately shut it down. But since this is kind of a chat with the kind of the core, what do we call ourselves? The core pack of people who support this channel. No, I'm not Marky Mark. Marky Mark is somebody else who comes in here. My name's Dave. But I wanted to let you all know, the mods, as well as this other military veteran I've been talking with, and I'm going to talk with another one who's also been here in the channel. I've never been associated with special operations. I've made that clear in my channel description. I've made that clear in my video descriptions of where I served, when I served, who I served with. It's not a lion. If you hang around Big Boom, I'm talking to kind of the people who are here in who is Marky Mark? I don't see him. I always give a shout out to Marky Mark, especially with this conversation that we're having right now. So I've tried to make it clear in any of my social media areas of where I served, when I served. And I did that because I'm personally very proud of my ship. I'm very proud of, I look like Marky Mark. Denali, you look like Marky Mark. And so if you're a subscriber who spends a lot of time here in chat, and you ever see anybody who makes a comment that seems like they're associating me with any of the special operations groups or anything like that, and that's why you don't see me talk about Mike Ritland anymore. It's not that I don't respect his product. I don't respect anything that he does. It seems like somehow when I talk about my dogs and I bring up Team Dog or I bring up anything related to him, that people could misconstrue that and say, oh my gosh, this guy was blah, blah, blah. And I'm not. And I never would claim that. What those guys go through is a very intense program. And, I was on a ship. And when I was in, the closest I probably got to special operations was when I worked in a unit over in Iraq that was called PSYOP, and I worked in an air-conditioned office with a keyboard. There was really no running and gunning or anything like that. If any of you ever have any questions on any of the social media personalities out there who are special operations guys, I follow them. I follow quite a few of them. They're, from what I've seen, there's some really good guys. There's some really good guys. They do a really good job of representing the military, of representing their particular part of the military. And I can pretty much guarantee you that all those guys, well, they may not talk about our side of the military, which I guess what you'd call the regular Army, the regular Navy. Well, they may not talk about it. They're not, because they're talking about their world. And they're talking about the things that they know about, what they did. They don't know about our world, And the reason that they don't is because they never spent a lot of time in it. And the reason I say that they never spent a lot of time in it is because when those guys are in special operations, they go through an intense amount of training, an intense amount of workups, um, and it a, they're just a it's a very I saw one guy make a comment. He said, and this was referring to what's called Dev Group or SEAL Team 6. He said, you can be in SEAL Team 6 or you can be married, but you can't do both. And they're really, it's really is a very valid statement because it even applies to the regular military, especially when they were. I'm going to get your food in a minute. I want to finish explaining this to these people. Sit down. Sit down. Um, when you're in a war zone, or when you're in a war type environment in this country, the regular army was doing 15 month 15-month deployments. So they're over in a combat zone for 15 months. There was one guy who was in special operations, and he made a comment where he did 200 combat missions, not deployments, but 200 combat missions before he was ever. Does my, I don't understand what you're talking about, Nicole. I'm just gonna assume I don't know. My little soldier. I don't know. But these guys they go through a very different what you'd call workup process to get ready for a combat deployment. Some of them, I mean, I saw this one group out there the other day. They're talking about a 2 month cycle to get ready to go to combat. So they're in a totally different domain, and oh shit, you want to take care of that. Um, so that I just wanted to, I kind of went off on a tangent, but that kind of gives you guys some context about the fact that and I think that I've been very straightforward and upfront as Edward and Guardian Angel and Irish and everybody who's been here for a while um, can kind of attest that I've never really associated myself with those communities, and I just don't want to because I've seen people who have done that, and I think it's a disgrace to those guys who have worked so hard, and I don't want to be considered as one of those people who is as simple girl. There she is one of those people who would do something like that. I think it's very cowardly, and again, I'm very comfortable and very happy with my time in service, the ship that I served on, and I'm glad for that. So I think that's pretty much all that I can say on the matter. But yes, stolen valor is very it's very it's very real. If you want to follow somebody on social media who uh, who takes stolen valor seriously and he calls people out on it, I'm going to type his name into the chat because he has a social media channel and it can get pretty interesting at times. But here's his name. And if you ever actually have somebody who you think, I may be typing his name wrong. It's either Ley or Ely, but it's Don Shipley, and he handles the special warfare side of things. Now, if it comes to stolen valor, where you've got somebody who's like, "Come on, get up, come on, good night, everybody, good night, Callie, come on, get up, man, you're fine. You got two fans on, you got the air conditioning on." Edward knows that you're not dying. I think that's really all that matters at this point. But if if you run into somebody who's, just there's so many people in the regular military that if somebody claims they're stolen valor, I'm sure that there's stolen valor organizations out there. But if you run into somebody who's claiming, yeah, I was in this, regular military unit, this infantry unit, this, that, and the other thing, and I won these medals and all that. You know what? Tell them thank you for your service and the best thing that you can do, because they may have been in the service. They're just kind of, giving themselves a few more medals than they deserve. Just tell them thank you for your service and just move on. Just ignore them. You know, people ask me, they're like, did you ever get any medals? And I'm like, no, I didn't. I got kicked in the face a couple times in bar fights, but that's pretty much about it. I got 13 stitches in my tongue. I thought that was, pretty cool, from what I experienced. But other than that, no, I didn't get any medals because I was never at war when I was in the military. We were in what was called the Cold War, but other than that, we weren't. Spirit, get over here. Get your big old face over there. There you go. So I think I've kind of covered it. We have a guy who was in chat. He emailed me and I told him, I said, if you're ever in chat and you see anybody who's talking stolen valor stuff, which I don't think we're gonna have it, but if we do, I'll let Guardian Angel and Irish Cream know who he is, back channel. He's not gonna have the blue bling bling badge because I only want a couple people. We got Debbie, we got Guardian Angel, and we got Irish Cream, who are all mods, official mods. Edward, of course, is the unofficial mod and the kind of the team doctor and the spoiled grandparent, I guess, is probably what you'd call him. Shit, I don't know what other title to get him. Yeah. You always make sure that Spirit and Denali get their nap time, get their rest time, get whatever. And my personal role within the veteran world is just to answer people's questions when they have. I didn't even think about it until I wore an actual Navy shirt on live stream, and I just did it because it was cold in the house. I didn't do it because I was wanting people to, come in and say thank you for your service or anything like that. That was never the intention. It was cold. 90% of the clothes that I wear don't have anything to do with the military or anything like that. I got this shirt in right here just to support a veterans organization. It was never about. I don't go out and I don't express my time in service when I'm in public. But then I thought, well, look, you dumb shit. You just named your channel High Desert Vet, which is now Back Road Vet. And of course people are going to ask you about it. It's like you get she's no, Simple Girl, the one who's worst is actually, get over here. Come on, get up here. The one who's actually the worst is this mess right here. I'm going to show you. I want you to see that mess. That mess right there is, yeah, you. Look at you looking away from the camera. Get your big old face over here. Get your big old face. That one right there. That's the one. Simple Girl. That is the one. Well, there's places you can go to talk about that, Sandra. Probably not here because we have a pretty good. That was a. It is. War is hell, but it's the ultimate diplomatic tool. That's just the way it is, Patra. You're right. It is. But I just. I didn't even think about it when I named the channel, but the channel is more about what a veteran is as far as living. For this channel, it's about, I'm sitting here looking at the computer, think y'all are looking at me. It's more about, how do I live my life? What do I do? Okay, so I have a disability. That's not the end of the world for me. I let it be for a long time, but now I don't. Do I still have challenges with it? Yeah. But I don't let the challenges run my life. You know, I'll have a few days, I'll do whatever, and then, you know, I'm back at it. You know, as I've said to y'all many times when I've been in here, um, you know, I get up every morning and I make my bed. I You know, I always have a win first thing in the morning. It doesn't matter if I'm getting up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 8 a.m. in the morning. It doesn't matter. I always have a personal win during the day because there's no reason not to. You know, I look at what we experience here in America with um, with the life that we live, and this is something that I was told. There were two things that influenced my worldview from the aspect of, gosh, how do I say this? Um, from the aspect of my time in the military, and it has nothing to do with combat or anything like that. It's just things that I saw overseas and something that a guy told me when I was in Iraq, and it's stuck with me forever. And the first thing is um, I'll talk about the guy in Iraq. I worked with this guy, and he had moved from Iraq to the United States to become a truck driver. And when we got to talking, his dad and his uncle, oh geez, you're sitting there, Dave, with your crotch exposed on camera. That looks really stupid. Um, he we got to talking, and his get back, you're fine, you had plenty of food, get back. His dad and his uncle were tribal chiefs of the most powerful tribe in Iraq. And he told me one day, he goes, during the reign of Saddam Hussein, he goes, we used to have to wait in line 8 hours. They had batteries to charge our batteries to have 1 hour of light and be able to charge our cell phones. Amazingly enough, back then everybody had a cell phone, even in these countries. So 8 hours to charge a battery for 1 hour, or charge a battery so they could have 1 hour of light every night. I do too, Edward. And charge their cell phones. And I'm like, okay, if, you know, I'll give you an example. Last summer, the electricity went out here when it was in August, or not the electricity, that I had a part go out on my HVAC, and it was out for a couple weeks. And when I would sit here and think, oh my gosh, I'm miserable, it's, you know, 90 degrees outside, I always go back to that moment where I talked to that guy. And, you know, I was in Iraq, so I know the weather. And I'm thinking, okay, this guy stood outside every day for 8 hours to charge a battery so he had 1 hour of electricity at night. So, you know, if you're sitting here in your home and you got to run a few fans to keep some cool breeze on you, life isn't too bad. Now, the second one that I saw that has always impacted me was when we went to Medan, Indonesia, when I was on my ship, and we were driving down this, what you would call highway. We were driving down the highway, and I looked off to my right, and there were these, gosh, when I say gigantic mounds of garbage, I can't describe how tall they were. And they were like, they went for, these mounds of garbage went for miles. So it was a dump for this city, and they took all their trash there and they dumped it, but it went for miles. And these mounds of garbage, when I say tall, I'm talking like the height of tall buildings, not skyscrapers, but 5 or 6 stories tall. And you could see all these ants crawling all over this garbage as we're driving down the highway. And yet I thought, those can't be ants, they're way too big to be ants. And so there was this guy on the bus, and I asked him, I said, what is that? I said, it looks like the hill is moving. And he said those are children who live in the dump, and they crawl through the dump all day, getting metal out of the dump, and then they sell the metal so that they can buy food to eat. And then they dig into the dump and they build tunnels into the trash so that they have some place to live at night. And so whenever I think that I got it bad, I always go back to those two incidences. Is I really don't have it that bad. I, you know, um, I I have PTSD. Okay, enough said. Um, everybody's PTSD is their own experience. Everybody's PTSD is their own journey. I'm just not going to let mine stop me. I'm releasing a bomb ass video in about a week. I haven't told you guys about it. I'm not going to tell you about it. Most of the videos up to this point that I've released have been quick films. I guess what you'd call amateur film making. A lot of the lives are done here in the living room. A lot of the shorts come from the lives. But this one, I'm working with a video editor. Went out with Denali and Spirit. We spent the whole day taking video out in the woods. We've kind of created this mini story. We're using music that I play in the live streams every night to develop this story around this video. And it's the first time that I've had a chance to do this. It's something that I've always wanted to do. And as soon as the video's done, we're going to have a official premiere where, all of us, the 5 or 6 or 7 of us who always seem to be in live streams, anybody can come, but I kind of have an idea of who'll show up, and that's going to be amazing to be able to release the first video, because it's going to give you all a chance. You've seen the short clips of the YouTube shorts of me with Denali out in the woods, or the one video that I made where we went out and we were walking around, but this one, it really takes it to the next level. And it's the type of video I've always wanted to make. And when I was looking at this video and I'm making it, I'm like, I have people who follow this channel who really have become emotionally attached and invested in these animals for whatever reason, as much as I am. And so what is it that I want to do? I want to be able to go out and create a video for you that gives you a chance to live in their world, if even for a moment, to live in our world, to live in the joy and the happiness of the moments that we experience out in nature. That's not this kind of channel, user. This is a dog channel, more of a family channel. I was gonna make a channel like that. Regarding more or less worldviews, not political views. But I just want to make a channel about the dogs. And so when this video goes live, I hope that what it does is it gives Guardian Angel, Irish Cream, Edward, Simple Girl, Uncommon Girl, Debbie, Kathy, Callie, the people who watch the channel, I hope they kind of really gives you a chance to just get in there and really enjoy a day with us up here in Klamath County. Getting out there and experiencing, all the beautiful scenery where Denali and I go. Give you a chance, I think most of all, to experience the world that we live in, where Spirit went out with us for the first time in 6 years. Denali and I have always gone out on our own. We've always went out in the woods on our own, and yet here we are for the first time, and Spirit's out with us. And it was like, oh my gosh, all my life I've waited to have big dogs. Now I have 2. And I've always wanted to go out with my dogs in the woods. And I was able to go out with Denali, but now I was able to go out with Spirit as well. With that said, the poor guy was really, really car sick. He was car sick bad. Now, he wasn't on the road for a long period of time. He was on the road for about an hour total. But I went down this last week because I do want to take Spirit out again. So Edward, hope you're listening. I went down, I got him, and I put him on Benadryl last week because I knew that he got car sick. Or not Benadryl, I put him on Dramamine. And he was still sick and his head was hanging, and I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, dude. I thought the Dramamine was going to help out, which it didn't. So Edward, I went down and I invested in air cushions. I invested. I didn't invest in air cushions. I love giving Edward crap. I invested in a bus. He has an orthopedic bed, air cushions, shock dampening. We've got him a special headset for ears. It only cost me $10,000 for the headset, but so he'll transport in comfort, and he won't. Oh, Edward, you're amazing, man. I love you, dude. But I got him some pills from the vet. 4 pills, and they were $70. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my gosh, for motion. So we're gonna try those out. Maybe tomorrow we'll try those out. We'll go out and do some more filming. But that video should be done. Oh, knock it off. Knock it off. You got the cool breeze on in here. You got your 2 fans on. I combing you. So we may try to go out and get some video. I know, Edward, it was only an $85,000 bus. Oh, you mean the cost of the pills? Yeah, 4 pills, $70. 4 pills for $70 for motion sickness. It's too bad Dramamine didn't work. And of course, you know, you don't want to go anything prescription for humans because in some cases, you know, antibiotics, human related, will work for dogs, but sometimes some of those other medications won't. All right, girlfriend wants to play. She's seeing that tree bucket down here still, so we're gonna get her in some jumps. All right, come on, girlfriend. There you go. We got that over there for you. Come on, let's get up here. Let's go give everybody a good time. We had a chance to chat with everybody. Everybody knows. Come on, girlfriend. Let's go. Come on. You coming out here? Come on. You coming out here? I don't know. Where's everybody at? See, you got that big old... Where are we at? There we are. Look at that. Look at it. Were you coming up? Oh, there we go. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to everybody. There we go. There we go. Good job, huh? Good job. There you go. All right, let's give everybody a little tour. Let's give everybody a little tour, huh? Give everybody a little tour. There you go. She says, Dad, let's get over here and give Spirit some food. Spirit's got some more food. There we go. All right, come here, come here. Get over, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. There you go. Good job. Come on, let's go. Let's go over here. Let's go. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. Good job. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. There you go. Good job. All right. Good job. Good job, huh? Oh, I know what we need to do. Go ahead and have a seat. Come on back here. Come on. Come on. All right, get up here and have a seat. All right, sit down right there. Sit down right there. Go ahead. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's see here. Hold on. Stay there. Stay there. All right. There we go. I got to move the camera up here a little bit. There we go. Let's see how that's doing. How's that doing? Let's see how that's doing. Let's see how that's doing. There we go. Okay, get your big old head up here, your big old pig head. Get your big old pig head up here. There you go. Hold on. Hold on. Get you. I know where your mouth is at. I don't need your help finding your mouth. I don't need your help finding your mouth. I know where your mouth is. It's a big old mouth, too. It is a big old mouth, huh? There you go. Look at that. She says, Dad, I'm cool like this, man. Dad, I'm cool. I'm cool like this. She said, Dad, I'm cool, man. I'm cool, Dad. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Hey, 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 hey. Come here. There's a big old face up there. Big old face. Look at that. You are cool, man. You are cool, huh? Look at that. Everybody likes that little hat on you, so we're going to have to go out and get you a little picture with the hat. Huh? It's a picture with the hat. There we go. Okay. Now, what I want you to do... Hey, Gabriel. Hey, Gabriel. Good to see you. All right. You get back over here. Come on. Come on. Go back over here. Come on. Come on. Spirit, come here. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come on. Get back over here. Don't you worry about that tree bucket. Sit down. Sit down. Sit. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on. You can come out here. Come on. Let's go. Come on. No. Get out here. Come on. Denali. Denali, get back over there. Go on. Get back over there. Go on. Come here, Spirit. Come on, buddy. Go on. Go on. Get out of here. Come on. There you go. Go on. Go on. Get over there and sit down. Stay there. Stay. Sit. 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 All right. Come on. I'm putting you outside. Come on. Let's go. Come on. There you go. You put me outside. There you go. Stay out. Come here, Spirit. Come on. Let's go. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. Get in here. Come on. It's a Kong ball. He says, Dad, I got my Kong ball. Oh, come here. Come here. Oh, look at that. Huh? Come here. It's all right, buddy. Come here. Hey, right here. Look at that. He says, Dad, I got my Kong ball. Come here. Come on. Get over here. Oh, look at that. Huh? He says, hi, Dad. He says, hi, Dad. There we go. There we go. Good job. Good job. He's a good boy. He says, Dad, I am a good boy. He says, Dad, I'm a very good boy. I'm a very good boy. I had to take her and put her outside. If you all can see this, he wouldn't come over here because Mrs. Food Aggression has snapped at him enough times that he won't come out of his bed. So I went and put her outside, so because I know that, you know, look at you, it's a pig. You are a pig, huh? You are a pig, aren't you? Huh? Look at that boy. Look at it. He says, Dad, I'm a sweet boy. Oh, here we go. He says, Dad, I'm a sweet boy. There you go. What's that everybody see? Everybody loves you, man. Everybody does. They love you. I'm gonna get some more. I'm gonna get some more treats for you. Hold on. We'll get some more treats for you. Huh? There you go. Let's let everybody see you from the side. Let everybody see you from the side. Let's get down. I'm getting the camera all set up, okay? Let's let everybody see you from the side. See that big old face of yours? See that big old face? There we go. Look at that, huh? Look at that. He says, Dad, I am a good guy. He says, Dad, I try to be a good guy. Now, when you guys saw me put pictures of the mug for Denali out there, I wanted to talk to you all about that. If you didn't see the community post I put up, the community post I talked about. I'm ordering a mug in. I want to make sure that the quality is decent when the mug comes in. Here you go. Before I wanted to release it to you right away, and this company has a really good reputation for what they call print on demand. Easy enough, but I wanted to make sure those pictures that I showed you guys were not taken by a camera that was optimized for taking pictures. It was taken by my phone, and well, that's all well and good. You know, I just want to make sure that they're going to look good on the mug before I release that mug to all of you. Once I do, the cost on the mug is going to be, here you go, is going to be $18, and then the shipping is going to be $7. So, the reason that is I went with a really good company. I know that they have a very good reputation for companies that do what's called print on demand. And so I'm doing hats, I'm doing t-shirts when I have the artwork available. I don't know if y'all saw the new logo or what y'all think about the new logo. But with the support that you all have given me, with the support, you know, I've gone all in on this channel. It's been an amazing experience, and so I want to make sure that the merchandise that you guys have available to you, you know, I want to use the moments that are meaningful to you, and you all really reacted to that mug in a positive way. And so I said, well, this is what they want. This is what they want. Here you go. It's all right. There you go. Look at that. What? There's one right there too, isn't there? I know you want that bacon. Being a picky boy is what you're doing. What you're doing, you're being a picky boy. Nobody's really ever had a chance to see you like this, so I'm trying to help them get to see you. Yeah. Here you go. You're doing good. You are. You're doing good. I'm glad we're able to do this. I'm going to start doing this more, regardless of who comes in, regardless of how many people come in. It's just fun to be able to sit here and do this with all of you. Here. Oh, would you get over here? Come on. Come on. There we go. Look at that. All right. Come on. Let's do this with the Kong ball. You and me. Come on. Hey, we got your Kong ball. Oh, come here. Come here. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Come on. Let's go. Come on. I know. Come on. Let's go. I'm going to pick you up. I am. I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to pick you up. Watch this. I'm going to pick you up. Right there, just like this. Oof. Oof. Oh, there's a big boy. Oh, there he is. He says, Dad, I am a big boy. Woof. 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 There you go. Look at that. Now look at that. We're showing your peoples. We're showing your peoples. He says, Dad. This is Dad. Come in. Oh, would you knock it off with you getting back over there in your orthopedic lounger? Now, see, he's one of those dogs who really likes his bed. He wants that bed. He feels safe there. So when y'all are seeing this, if I say guys, I mean the ladies too. When y'all are seeing this, you're really starting to get an idea, I think, of Spirit likes things. He likes things very structured. You know, once he has his environment, he doesn't want to leave it. He's one of those dogs you hear the self-proclaimed gurus who like to sit around and tell you everything that they know about dogs. And I don't want anybody to ever think that I'm one of those, because I'm not. I'm just an animal lover like many others. Like all of you. We're just animal lovers. But one thing that I've noticed about Spirit is he appreciates routine. He's not a dog who's really big on, let's hop in the car and go, Dad, and wherever we wind up is wherever we wind up. This is where he's happiest, is right here in this world. And you know, he's a very obedient dog, and I don't even like to say obedient. Oh geez, Jaker, we're sorry to hear about that, man. We always our heart always goes out to people like you who have just lost their animals. We've had a couple people in here who lost animals recently as well. He's more of a, it's not even I don't want to say obedient. He's just a really good dog who's easy to live with, I guess is what you could say. He wants to be a good dog. He wants to do the right thing. And that just makes it so much easier to live with him. This is a 6-year-old pit bull. He's a 6-year-old pit bull. I got the Tibetan Mastiff outside. She's 4 years old, and as you all see, tonight I separated the two. I put her outside before I ever him in front of the camera, because when I have her, so when I get spirit out, we go out here in the middle. That's where I usually work with the dogs, right there in the middle. But she will go over there. I'll try to put her over there underneath. That's the painting studio, guys. I'm gonna get some paintings out too. Uncommon Woman, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you, Uncommon Woman. The merchandise is coming out soon. So when I put Spirit right there, and she's over there, he'll want to come right back here. This is his security. This is his resting place. And you'll see her when we're playing. You'll see her come over here. But if it's a moment where it's a serious moment with him, this is his last resort. If she comes in here and he's feeling threatened by her or whatever, this right here is where he's going to make his stand with her. So if there's any kind of argument, any kind of tiff between the two of them, this is where he's going to come, and he's going to make his stand right here. And this is where you'll see him when he'll growl back at her. Now the other place that he goes, we go over there into my office. I have an office over this direction, and he'll have a bed in there, and he'll go into the bed in there. I'd like to put me in the picture too, so that both of us could talk. So I'm gonna put me in the picture too. So we'll go over there. I'm gonna get the camera right up here so you and I can hang out together. We'll go over there to the office, and he'll go right in there to that bed. Now I'm gonna do a video for people with illnesses who have trouble with depression about making your bed. And when I go in and I make my bed in the morning, Spirit sleeps up on the bed with me. Denali doesn't, because it's just too hot for her. When she was sick this morning is the first time that she's ever been up on the bed with me so long. But and we're gonna have a mug. I'm gonna be releasing a mug with Spirit as well, a coffee mug. So there'll be a mug for each dog. But when Irish Cream, Guardian Angel, I think Uncommon Woman, and Edward reacted to that mug that I made, which was just a rough draft mug, by the way. When you guys reacted to that and you're like, oh, this is adorable, I want one of those mugs, it's like, okay, this is what you guys want. This is what you guys want. This is what you've reacted well to. And so I'm going to make sure you get that. I just want to make sure that those pictures for Denali on that mug are very high quality, and that they're positioned on the mug so that it looks nice. I'm not putting any logo or anything on there. You all like that mug the way it was, and I'm like, okay, this mug is for all of you, because not a lot of the people are going to come in and purchase that mug, and I'm okay with that, because I always wanted to have something that was just for all of you. And that way this mug is going to go up pretty much as soon as a certain number of you, I'm not sure, but I'll kind of watch the names of people who buy these mugs. As soon as they're up, and a certain, oh shit, Spirit, I gotta get the screen back on. But as soon as those mugs are up, those mugs, and as soon as they're up, and the people who want one have bought them, and as soon as that happens, I'm pulling those mugs, and that specific. Oh, look at that! Did you give me a kiss? Give Edward a kiss. Give him a kiss. There you go. As soon as they're up, and you all have got one of them, they're being pulled, and those pictures will never be used on any kind of merchandise ever again. So I think I was trying to figure out what is it that I can give you all that would be meaningful specifically to you. And I thought that, well, that's kind of what I could do. And so I hope you all can appreciate what I'm trying to do there. We have t-shirts that of course we can do. Those always seem to be something that creators sell that people like. They actually have little dog dishes But I mean, these items, some of these items, I'm like, man, I can put these out there, but they're expensive just to make and to put a, put a profit point on them, and then to have shipping and everything. Um, like I said, we can do the plushies at some point someday when the channel's much bigger and I have, a lot more subscribers, so that because it's a minimum order of 300 to get these plushies done. Now, can we do really cool plushies of Spirit and Denali? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we can do some really cool plushies. Now, the one thing that I wanted to ask you all, and I don't need a minimum order on this, like with the plushies, I need a minimum order of 300. But if I put up, and I'll let you guys know what the cost is in advance, but if I get certain pictures, I'm going to put them up on the website just so that you all have a place where you can go where you can see all the pictures of the dogs and just enjoy that experience. So I'm going to be putting all those pictures up there. But if you all go out there and you're like, man, I love this picture, I would love to have a print of this picture to hang on my wall, we can do that. I can get you 8 by 10, 10 by 10, 12 by 12, and I can get you the price of what it would cost in advance, as well as, a ballpark on the shipping. And then I can have that picture custom printed for you. Is there any interest in that? Because the pictures are going to be going up on the website anyways. So I don't know if anybody has any interest in that. If you do, please let me know. But the picture that I'm putting up there, you guys have the original mug, and if you guys would like, I can release a few limited edition mugs. I knew that, Guardian Angel. I knew that you would want that, and I know it's that one picture, and I'm having that picture. I know the picture that you like, and I'm gonna get a few different versions of that done. And when those are done, then I'll have them made available, and you can figure out which one you want, and then I'll send it over, and you can I'll just put it up on the store, and you can go in and order whatever size it is that you think you would want, and I'll make the prices available in advance. Now, when it comes to I talked to y'all about this last night. It's something that I thought would be very cool. It would give me a little bit more freedom before the channel monetizes, because when the channel monetizes, when I do live streams and videos and things like that, and I think when you see this new video and the way it's leveled up, I want to I'm putting this bug out there in your ear, because I think when you see the new video and the way it's leveled up, I hope that you all would find, I've never heard anybody well, there's other creators who do this. They do it differently than what I want to do. But I brought it up last night, and I'm going to continue bringing it up because it's something that I want to do. But I brought it up about like us going on a trip. I want to go up and I want to see this guy who's this dog trainer who lives about 3 hours north of me in a town called Redmond, and work with Denali on some of this aggression. So a lot like what Hoof GP does, and I'm going to link Hoof GP, one of his videos, in the chat or on a community post, because I want you guys to see the kind of video that I want to do. But what I was looking at doing was allowing you guys to sponsor the trip, or I guess basically go along on the trip, go along for a ride. So we figure out, or I'll figure out what the cost of the trip would be. Then you all would come in, you would buy in at different packages, I guess you could say. And then when I go on the trip, as I was saying yesterday, we'll do the Zoom calls. We'll do some photography work, get some pictures of the dogs, which will be downloaded to a private place. You guys, instead of doing digital downloads where I charge, no digital downloads where I charge. You guys can, the digital downloads will be free. The Zoom calls will be there, where we're doing a Zoom call on site. If I want to go over to Brookings, Oregon and take the dogs over to the beach, then we can have a time like that where you guys can purchase a package, and then when we go to the beach, we'll be hanging out on the beach together. You can watch the dogs running and playing while I'm filming them. So I'm gonna do that. That's something that I would like to do. I'm not necessarily saying, you know, if you all want to get in on that, of course you can. The other thing I was thinking about doing was, I don't know if memberships are things that people would want to do once we monetize. I can turn on memberships when we monetize. It's, you know, people have asked about it. People have asked about the super chats. You know, Guardian Angel and another person in here went and, you know, they donated through the like virtual vacation, like what I just described. Guardian Angel. Is that what you're referring to? I got to go let the mouth in. Answer that question. I got to go let the mouth in. She's about to drive the neighborhood crazy. I'll be right back. Ugh. Come on, mouth. Come on. Come on. Come on, mouth. Come on. Come on. Oh, look at you. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Go ahead and get in there. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. There you go. There you go. All right. Now we're going to spend some time with the mouth. Now we're going to spend some time with the mouth. All right. All right. Now the other thing that I want to do with a virtual trip, and this is going to be, this is probably going to be like the summer, is I become friends with the guy who's the Mastiff breeder. You saw me post his puppies yesterday. I'm posting another. I got a couple more videos I'm going to post YouTube shorts of these puppies. But this time, since you guys are here, I'll let you in on what I'm going to post tomorrow. And of course, I'll put it out there as a, what? What's that about, Alamo City? I got a video. He sent me a video, and I love it, okay? I was able to take, you know, the first video that he sent me yesterday, it was hard to blow it up and, you know, give it out there to you guys and adjust the lighting and everything because, you know, those were more for people who are interested in the puppies than they were for, like, YouTube. But this one that I got, oh, man, I watched this video and I'm like, this is... Before I ever thought about putting it on YouTube, I looked at this video and I'm like, okay, this video really does a good job of capturing a moment of a Tibetan Mastiff mother. And you guys are going to love this. You guys are going to love this. Guardian Angel, Irish Cream, all you ladies in here, you're going to love it. Edward, you too. It's a Tibetan Mastiff mother, and these puppies are probably about 3 days old. And she's nursing them. And she's beautiful. She is a very beautiful dog. And these puppies, when they, as you saw yesterday, I've put up a picture of a dog that he raised last year called Kobe. And that dog, you look at Kobe and he's a very beautiful dog. And he's black and he's got the red through the coat. And just a very beautiful, beautiful dog. All right, I'm getting you some more food. Hold on. And these puppies, I can look at them because what you do with the Tibetan Mastiff is you don't look at the color of the dog when it's a puppy. I'm going to show you right here. Because Denali, I got another picture of Denali I'm going to send you. This is I'm going to put it out on a community post for you guys, and I'll put it up on the website. But when you're working with a Tibetan Mastiff as a puppy, you'll see Tibetan Mastiff owners are always doing this with their puppies. They're always going through their fur and they're holding their fur up like this in front of the camera. And the reason that they're doing that is because a Tibetan Mastiff puppy, I guess there's other animals, I'm sure there's other animals this way, but a Tibetan Mastiff puppy will not, the color that it is, unless it's very stark like those puppies were, where those puppies were showing a lot of the like deep gold, like Denali has, some burgundy, a lot of black. So you know that those puppies are going to have a lot of black in their coat. But you underneath that coat is also going to lift. And when that coat lifts, oh my gosh, those puppies, I'm looking at those things and I'm like, man, those puppies are amazing. So one of the trips I would like to take in the summer, and hopefully I'm monetized by then so that I have some AdSense revenue coming in, is I like to go over to Serbia and see Zoran and see his kennel and see how things are set up. I think that'd be a really cool trip. I want to go on trips, virtual trips or trips where you guys can come along. I would like to go to the Oregon coast. There's some places over there that I've been that don't get a lot of attention. Go over there, take the dogs, film the dogs over there. We could hang out, do a live stream from the beach, do a live stream, maybe from, I could get like an Airbnb. And what I'll do is I'll put the package together, figure out what it costs, put a little markup in there, and then we'll go. What we'll need is like, okay, like let's say we go to the coast. I'm just going to toss out a figure here because gas is going up, Airbnbs are going up. But let's say that I go to the coast for 2 nights. So we're looking at a package like, let's say $700-800. And so what we would do is we would take the package and just put it out on like the website and say, okay, this is the package. Here's how much is needed. Here's how much has been raised. Here's, early on, we don't really need to focus on how many people are restricted to the package. Later on, like if I go to Serbia or something, we can structure it up so that, okay, I mean, Serbia is going to be $2,500 or so, and part of that's going to be taken care of by myself. But Serbia, we could divide it up so that, okay, 10 people are going to be a part of that experience. And then when I come back, part of that experience for you guys is we can, set it up so that when you buy into the package, you're going to have a private print. So I'm just going to send the picture that you want right over to the printer. You're going to get the printer. It's going to come in its own frame. You're going to get a coffee mug, and on the coffee mug will be like some kind of specific lettering that says just something cool like Pack Serbia or Pack Oregon Coast or something where, I consider this to be like a pack of people, just like a wolf pack or a dog pack, whatever, a pack of people. And so if we go on the trip, we'll make sure that there's some merchandise that goes with it that's, kind of like a concert t-shirt or whatever. So you'll have the digital if you just want the digital. You'll have the, well, no, you won't, because when you buy into the package, you'll be getting a little framed picture of wherever it is I go. Now, when I go to Serbia, no, I can't take Denali or Spirit with me. Right now, to transport a dog, I was talking to Zoran about it because he's got that dog Kobe. That's a full-grown 1-year-old Tibetan Mastiff male. And I think to ship Kobe, if he was to ship Kobe to America, so I was asking Zoran, I was like, man, if I didn't have Spirit, I would buy Kobe in a second. Have you all seen that dog? Edward, Uncommon Woman, Irish Cream, Guardian Angel. Have you all seen the black Tibetan Mastiff Kobe who Zoran has in his kennel? Have you seen a picture of that dog? He's black. If I didn't have Spirit, I would find a way to ship Kobe over here. That dog is, oh my gosh. That dog is just, he's amazing. He's beautiful. I looked at that dog. I mean, Denali's a showstopper for a golden Tibetan Mastiff. This dog is a showstopper for what would you call him, an onyx or a black with a burgundy coat. Yeah, I'm I'm gonna post a picture tomorrow, Uncommon. I was telling everybody, or not a picture. I'm posting a video of that Tibetan Mastiff mother, and she's nursing these 2-3 day old Tibetan Mastiff puppies. Yeah, I'll release it tomorrow about 4 o'clock. It's gonna be it's a touching video. Um, Daniel, good to see you. Daniel, everybody is one of the newer people to the chat. It's good to have you, Daniel. We've had some real weirdos in here tonight, so if you see people getting timeouts, it's because we've just had some real weirdos. So I just wanted to give you a holler out in case Irish Cream and Guardian Angel are having to be kind of sensitive on the timeout button tonight because we've had so many weirdos. So I just wanted to give you a quick shout out so that they knew. Okay, Daniel's cool. Daniel's cool. Those puppies right now are 8 weeks old, and I think they're about 20-25 pounds. By the time those puppies hit 6 months of age, which the Center for Disease Control. Oh, I wanted to put out a warning about this. My gosh, Dave, you have got to fix this where you're not. When I'm sitting back like this, I'm sorry if it looks like I'm trying to be a porn star on camera because I'm not. I'm sitting here looking at myself the way this camera is propped up. But to ship a 6-month-old Tibetan Mastiff over to the United States, it would be in an oversized crate, and the dog at 6 months is going to be about 80 pounds. Denali was about, I'd say 50 pounds. Now, I do have a picture. Okay, yes, I'll put it back on my face. I need to bring the camera in closer is what I do so that I'm not. Thank you for that, Irish Cream. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. There we go. All right, Denali's looking at the food bowl, get Spirit a little food. Yeah, it was. I was just trying to be a little bit proper, even. It's not cheap to bring a Tibetan Mastiff or another large guardian breed into the United States. It used to be when I got Denali, it was 14 weeks. Now, if I would have brought Denali in at 6 months, let's see, I got Denali for $2,000. That's what the cost to her was, and it was about $2,000 to ship her in. So it was about $2,000 to ship her in because you had to get a health certificate, import, had to pay customs because it is a profit. So that was about the total for getting Denali into the United States. Today, to get Denali in, she would be 6 months old. So her weight at 6 months. Well, go lay down. Go lay down, goofball. Go lay down by the door. I got your fan set up. I want to show you guys what she's going through right now. See if we can pick this up on camera. Let's see if we can get this. I'm putting it further back so that you can watch. Can you guys see how fast? Let's see if we can get up there a little bit closer. You gotta get your damn Kong ball out of the way. There's your Kong ball. I'm trying to see if you guys can see that. Can you see how heavy and how much she's panting? That's why I'm trying to get that fur coat off of her, is because there's a lot of heat stress going on right now. But see, what was I talking about? I'm talking about the trips. We got the merchandise coming out. The puppies. I'm gonna post the videos of the puppies. Oh, I was wanting to ask you guys, would you guys like me to post a picture? I guess, what would you call it? I think it'd be cool to post this picture. I gotta plug in the notebook. I just realized that right now. I'm just gonna post this picture because she's not having a hot flash. She's having I have a coat on. It's like a winter jacket, and I'm living in Los Angeles. Oh shit, Dave, get your crotch out of the picture. There we go. If I'm doing that, Irish Cream and Guardian Angel or anybody, hi Yoli. If I'm doing that, would you let me know that I'm looking like a porn star on camera? Hi Curtis Shines. If you have any questions about the military, let me know, Curtis Shines. I'm answering questions tonight. But I have a picture of Denali that the people over in no, I'm saying that because you guys are like, I feel like I can say that and make a joke. But I have a picture of Denali that they sent me. What did her name be? What name did they give you before you came over here? I'll have to look, but I got a picture of Denali when she was like 8 weeks old, and she was about the same size as the puppies that those guys are holding in their hands. So if you guys would like, I'll post it. I know you want to see it. I don't know why I'm saying if you guys would like that. Um, I could even I could even make a mug if I can get that photograph. Now I know that Guardian Angel will be all over this. Um, with that photograph of her then and her now, when she was like 8 weeks old, and then there's that picture. I love that picture where I'm taking the picture in the back seat, and she's in the back seat the first day that we came home. I I, I still look at that picture, and then the video that I took or I posted the video I posted this morning of baby Denali. I didn't even know I had that video, and I was looking around last night, and I'm like, man, I got to find some video somewhere that I can post. And then I came across that one, and I'm like, I don't care what the quality is on this video. I know that Guardian Angel and Irish and Edward, I was like, they're gonna want to see this. I was like, so I'm just gonna post it and let them enjoy it. But that's what that now you can kind of see the progression of a Tibetan Mastiff as they grow up. How their fur changes, how their coat changes, the color of their coat. Because I cannot get the same photograph of this girl twice, you know, unless I'm taking her into a studio and we're doing studio shots with studio lighting set at the same angle and she's sitting in the same spot every single time. I'm like, I'm not that good of a photographer. I cannot get the same shot of her twice because her coat is so dynamic. Now, Spirit, the cool thing about Spirit, and one of the things that I now know to be true based off of what people said, and I'm like, I don't know why I didn't think about this sooner or connect the dots sooner, is, you look at somebody, a human being who's healthy, they don't have acne, they have good skin, they have nice hair, they have all these things about them that you look at them and you say, okay, that's a healthy person. And I've always looked at Spirit and I thought, man, you really are not just a beautiful dog because you're a beautiful dog to me, but when I take a photograph of you, Spirit, you really pop on camera. You really pop. You're a very striking dog, and I thought, why is that? And it's because of how I feed them, which for me is not a big cost. Between the two of these guys and the two little dogs who I still have, which unfortunately I have to put up for adoption because Denali will not, she's obsessed over that one little dog. And it breaks my heart. But between the four of these dogs, I spend $40 a month on dog food. That's not bad. With me being a single guy, with a decent disability income coming in, $40 is a drop in the bucket. And I'm not doing a lot with the treats anymore, so I'm backing off, since I got the car, saving money. So, $40 to keep my dogs healthy, I think is really a bargain. And as I always say, I go with Wildology dog food. For the value, nutrition, and the reviews that other people have given, as well as talking to the vet about it. I got to tell you guys about this comment. If I can go back and find the video, it was early on, and what it was is I had put down Denali's dog food. Maybe you guys will remember this. It was right before Spirit got his abscess, and that abscess was affecting Denali. I could tell because I went out and I put her food down on the deck, and she wouldn't eat. And she wasn't showing food possessive or food aggressive behavior. She just would not eat. And I put the dish down and I'm like, something's going on here. My dogs will not eat, or Denali will not eat. And this woman comes in to, and I've got this a couple times. You guys have seen it here in the chat. We get the Karens. I call them Karens. We get the ones who come in here who are like, you're doing this to your dog, you're doing that to your dog. It's like, screw off, pack your shit and get. But this one woman comes in and she says, your dog won't eat because you're feeding your dog kibble. You need to feed your dog raw food. She said, I feed my dog a whole chicken every day. I'm like, okay. So she says she feeds her dog a whole chicken every day. That was the first clue that this woman lives on another planet. And I'll tell you why. Then she says, and I talked to my vet, and he says that if you feed your dogs a whole food diet, they'll live 20 years. He has dogs who live 20 years. I'm like, okay, now this woman's talking straight up shit. Because let's talk about the chicken first. Yeah, let's talk about the chicken first. She didn't say where she got the chicken, okay? We know chickens are bred aggressively with genetics. Some people say they're bred with hormones. So if she's buying a whole chicken, and that chicken is not already deboned, she's most likely getting a Foster Farms or whatever that comes from a major, chicken supplier, which we know those chickens. So she's obviously not going the full organic route. Number two, you can't feed a dog a whole chicken and that dog's going to live a good, healthy life. They sell those toppers. I'm going to find that post, and I'm going to post it for you guys so you can see that comment. Because she's going full Karen. I know everything about dogs. But the reason that if you go to the pet store, if you've ever seen what's called a topper, what a topper is they put it on top of raw food to supplement raw food, because raw food, if you feed them just chicken, just beef, just whatever, does not provide that variety of nutrients that a dog needs to live quality. Oh, yep. Look at this. Look at this. I want to show you guys this. We have here a Mastiff. Look where she is. And we have here a food bowl. Now, I'm glad I actually had a chance to show you guys that, because that's why Spirit won't get close when we're eating, and that's why I have to get rid of 2 of these dogs. Okay, we're doing the porn star thing. Thank you very much. That right there is why I have to get rid of those 2 little dogs. And when I first had to make the decision of the fact that I had to break my pack up, which I don't want to do, those little dogs are treated just as good as she is. They get out, they get yard time. They actually want to come in. They prefer their cages to being in the yard, which, they have dog condos. I call them dog condos because they're taken really good care of. But I was actually at one point thinking about giving away Denali. And it was not an easy decision to make, because food aggression, when you're dealing with a small animal, small animals can hurt each other very bad, let's face it. But when you're dealing with a large guardian breed who's got one of the strongest bite forces in the world, and you care about your little dogs, you make the painful decision to do what's right for them. Because one wrong move, especially with Cash is the little dog, and I haven't talked to you guys a lot about this and I don't bring him in to the live streams because it's actually very painful for me, because I'm having to put 2 dogs up for rescue, and one of those dogs I actually rescued. And you're dealing in an impossible situation, and that impossible situation is I think I've mentioned this to you guys a little bit. You know, there's not a lot of people in the chat, and so that's kind of why I'm bringing this up. But the first night we brought Denali home, it was right out here in the kitchen, and I'll show you guys sometime my kitchen when we make dinner. You know, I'm going to try to start doing things that are not so much optimized for monetization of the channel, because the watch hours I get here from the channel are what moves me towards monetization. But I said to myself, you know, the other night, I'm kind of rambling, but the other night, Guardian Angel and Irish Cream were on, and the dogs were playing, and I grabbed the camera, and instead of us wrestling, I just started following the dogs around. And I thought, you know, this is really cool, the way that I'm able to capture the dogs when they're playing. You know, Guardian Angel, Irish Cream, Uncommon Woman, I think Simple Girl, a few other people were in here. And I'm like, this is really cool, because I can keep the camera, and I'm not always perfect with the camera about how I'm, you know, tracking the dogs as I'm filming them. But you know, the two dogs are playing together with the ball, et cetera, et cetera. So I thought, well, you know, maybe I'll start showing you guys, you know, where we feed them, where they sleep, things like that, so that you can, you know, you can see the other aspects of their life. But where I'm talking about, where I make their dog food, the first night I brought Denali home, the first thing she did, I put her out in the garage, and I put her in a cage, and I left the cage open. And this was back during COVID, and my ex-wife was here at the time, and we were talking. Oh shit, Dave, we were talking. Let's see if getting that camera closer. So we were talking about, you know, being self-sustainable, and so we decided to get some chickens. And so the store was getting ready to run out of chickens, so we went down and got some baby chicks. Oh, I wish you guys could have. I wish I could have videotaped this. It's sad, but so Denali's out in the garage, and I'm getting the food ready in the house, and I go out in the garage, and I hear, the chickens are in their little box, right? And I'm trying to show you guys. Let's see. I'm like standing here in the garage, right here, and I can't see Denali, but I hear this little noise, this eep, 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 eep of a little baby chick, and it's moving. And I'm like, where is that little baby chick at? And then all of a sudden you hear this big eep. And I look over, and this one right here, let's see, am I showing you, goofball? Let's see. Am I showing you? There you are. Yep. That one right there stuck her face into the little chick box and grabbed one of those little chickens and was running around the garage with it. And she bit down too hard, and the little chick went to heaven. And so that was her first hour of being home. Her second hour of being home, I brought her into the house. Had the little dogs would eat over behind me where I'm pointing, and I set their food down. And Cash is one of those dogs. He's a Chihuahua, and he's one of those dogs who will eat his food, and then he will go around and sniff everybody else's food. And so I put their food down for the little dogs, and then, oh, Edward, the little baby chicken is in heaven, okay? If you eat eggs, don't feel sorry for the chicken, Edward. So I put Cash's food down. I had a dog at the time named Tango, and then Shotgun. And Shotgun and Cash are still here with me. Denali ended up, she got food aggression one night, and she killed Tango. But I put her food down the first night. And then Cash and Tango and Shotgun, I put their food down. And then Spirit was eating outside. And Cash went immediately from his food dish over to hers. Went straight over to her food dish. And she turned around and she growled at him. And she snapped at him. And from that night forward, it was never the same, and that was her first night at home. And so I tried to I started feeding her outside, and I was trying to watch her and see if she was going to let this food aggression go away. Um, you know, again, I'm talking to you guys because you guys see how I raise my dogs. I wouldn't put this out there, even though people can watch live streams, I wouldn't put this out there because I get so many Karens talking about this. But um, so Denali was eating outside one night, and I would put her out in the yard with the little dogs. I would put her out in the yard with the little dogs, and she would be fine. So I put her out one night, and she had the little dogs down at the fence. And so if you see a picture of Cash, Cash is missing one eye. Well, what happened was they were all up against the fence, and I live on a busy street. And so there was this dog coming down the street, and so they all rushed up to the fence because this is their yard. And I was kind of watching it. I could see it in the dark, and what happened is she came running up to the fence to defend her property along with the little dogs, and she pushed Cash up into the fence, pushed his face up into the fence, and so it ended up he ended up losing one of his eyes because of it. And so I'm like, okay, so I can't let the little dogs out for long periods of time. And I can't put her out for long periods of time with the little guys. She was doing okay, but she was really nervous around the house. And so what would happen is where she eats on the porch, I got a porch, and 4x4 slats, and there's cracks, of course, between them. Oh my gosh, ouch. And so I put her food down one night, and I didn't know this was happening until after it happened. And I mean, this is the heartbreak of food aggression. So when she would eat and when Spirit would eat, and they both ate together, and they were just fine, but Spirit eats in the house now because she showed food aggression towards him one night. Another story that normally she treats Spirit like gold, but Spirit would drop food down between these slats when he'd eat, and so I didn't realize what was happening. And so they were done eating. I went out, I picked up the bowls. I brought all the bowls inside because I knew that, there was food aggression going on there with the bowls. And so pick up the bowls, bring them inside, put everybody's bowls in. I know that I'm not the only one because I've heard other dog owners talk about this, how they have to feed dogs separately because of food aggression. But I did not know about this, is that food was going down, a couple pieces were going down between the cracks of the floor, the porch. And Ginger, I got to stop and say I'm very sorry for what you had to go through. I'm very sorry, and I spent $700 on a course myself just a few months ago, where I need to get back into doing that training. So Denali, I didn't realize this, but Denali knew where those pieces of food were dropping down between the porch. And I never connected this because after she would get done eating, she would go out and she would run right down the porch. And I've got 4 dogs at this point. So she would run down the porch and just run down there real fast and disappear. So this night, I let I let Tango out because Cash and Shotgun were still eating, and I let Tango out. And I went into the bathroom, and my ex-wife comes in about 5 minutes later, and she goes, and my ex-wife was 90% blind, and she couldn't see down the stairs very well, but she's like, David, you need to go downstairs. She goes, I hear one of the dogs crying. And I went down the stairs, and I went over underneath where Spirit's food bowl was. Here you go. And Tango was laying there, and she was standing over the top of Tango. And right next to Tango were 3 little pieces of food. And she was looking at Tango, and she wasn't mad at him, she was confused. But the bite force of a Tibetan Mastiff is so powerful that when she picked Tango up, she was mad at him. What I know that she did is she picked Tango up to toss him. She didn't pick him up to bite him, but she picked him up to toss him. And when she did, she broke his neck. And that night, I ended up calling somebody, and I said, I have an emergency. And I said, I need you to take these 2 dogs, and I need you to take them right away, because Denali's food aggression has gotten so severe that she's now killed Tango. And it was an excruciating experience for me, because I asked myself over and over and over that night, the next morning, Tango didn't pass away immediately. He was alive for 8 hours. We didn't have emergency vet services here. We didn't have anybody we could take him to put him down. So we took him down the next morning and had him put down. And I was giving him, I had some old marijuana left. Because I quit using marijuana by that time, but I had some old marijuana left. And I gave as much of that marijuana to Tango as I could, because I knew that I was going to have to put him down. And I knew that he was in pain. And so I gave him the marijuana, and the next morning I went and I put him down. And somebody take the other 2 dogs that night, because she was raging. Spirit was in his room. The door was locked. She was raging. We took the 2 dogs the same night to this other place. Okay, I want you guys to see this. This is what food aggression is. Okay, here's the bowl. Here's the Mastiff. And there's Spirit walking away. Okay, that's still her today. And the reason that's her today is because those 2 little dogs are here. And so my day now, because I took those 2 little dogs and I gave them to this person, and this person said, all right, we'll see you later, Edward. This person said, well, I'll take the dogs. I'll take the dogs, and they'll live with me, and I'll give them a good home. And I'm like, okay, thank you. I needed this, because it was an impossible situation for me. Gosh, I'm just trying to tell you guys, the little dogs always went down to the vet. They had their teeth cleaned. They had their shots. Everything that I think a responsible dog owner would want to do for a dog. And here I am faced with this situation. So I gave the dogs to this person. And at this point, it was a relief, because I knew where the dogs were going to and that they were going to be safe. And so about 2 years later, I get a call. Spirit, come in here, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on, get in here on your orthopedic and lay down. You don't do that. Go ahead. Come on. Come on. You're okay. There you go. Get in over here on your orthopedic. There you go. There you go. I just put some food in your orthopedic. Here, right here. Hey, right down here. There you go. There you go. So about 2 years later, these little dogs have been, no, you get back. Yes, I did just smack you in the forehead, because you are getting that Tibetan attitude going on, and it's really starting to bother me. So about 2 years later, it's about 9 o'clock at night, and I get a phone call. By this time, my mom had passed away, and I get a phone call from somebody. It was from my dad. And he said the person who has the two little dogs is going to take those little dogs down and have them put down because they don't want to deal with them anymore. And I'm like, well, what choice do I have? These little dogs don't deserve to be put down. If I would have known that Denali was a food aggressive dog, I never would have purchased Denali. And so I went and I took the little dogs back. And for the past year and a half, it's been one of the most stressful experiences of my life because I'm managing two dogs big dogs. Spirit never bothers the little dogs. He doesn't really even acknowledge they exist. But I have to, in my life, my house routine goes: get up in the morning, let Denali and Spirit out. They go outside, do their thing. I bring Denali and Spirit back in. I put them in my bedroom. I lock the door because she knows how to open the door. I take the little dogs out, get them out of their cage, take them out, let them run for a while. If it's cold outside, then what I do is I bring them in. Well, Denali's in the bedroom. I lock them in their cages in the office. I bring Denali and Spirit out. I put Denali outside. I leave Spirit in. I open the cages. I let the little guys out so that when it's wintertime, they can get in the house. They can get some exercise. Right now, with it being spring, Denali and Spirit go outside. I bring them in. Little dogs go outside. I let them run. Then I put Denali and Spirit back in my bedroom. I lock the door. I bring the little guys inside. I put them in their cages. Then Denali and Spirit go outside. And then if I go anywhere, part of the reason I take Denali is because she's a master thief. She's good at, doing her thing. And so if a little dog is in the house and she can get in the house from the outside for some reason, if she gets in the house and they're in their cage, that cage is not going to be enough to stop her. You didn't need to retract that message, Irish Cream. You didn't need to retract that. You don't ever need to retract a message. Anybody ever gives you shit over anything, they're going to have to go through me to talk shit to you, or Guardian Angel, or Debbie, or anybody. So my day is little dogs in, big dogs out. Big dogs in, little dogs out. One wrong move, and I've got another disaster on my hand. I go anywhere, Denali has to come with me. Spirit's fine at home. Little dogs, one wrong move. If I got the little dogs in the house, and I had this happen just a couple months ago. They got the cages with the spring load door on them. So you click the spring, the little slats come down, you open the door, dog comes out. No, it won't. It really won't. So, it's just one of those days in your life. I bring the little dogs in, my phone's ringing. I pick up the phone. Somebody, is a telemarketer for mortgage loans. They bug the shit out of veterans for that crap. So I answer the phone, hang the phone up. I put Cash in his cage. And I go around the corner, open the door. Denali starts to come out. I hear a roar. I needed to talk to somebody about this. I'm glad you guys are listening. So I hear a roar, and I look down at my feet, and I didn't latch the door properly. And Cash got out. And Cash is behind me at my feet. He's behind me at my feet. And Denali she's in front of me about 10 feet away, and she's moving fast, and she's coming right at me. But she's coming at Cash because she sees him. she sees him at my feet. And so I basically fall down on Cash and I put my body kind of over the top of him and I scoop him up. And I'll tell you what, Spirit's an amazing dog. I scoop Cash up and I body block her. And he's in my arms and she's coming up and she's trying to get at my torso. And I've got Cash like this and she's trying to get at my torso. And so she comes up and I'm trying to move down the hallway to get Cash back to his cage. And I'm like, she's so driven right now. She's so much in a primal mode that I am never going to make it to that cage. She's going to rip this dog out of my arms and she's going to kill him. And this is where Spirit is an amazing dog. He gets between me and Denali and he herds her right back over here behind us. He gets his body between me and her and he doesn't push her. He's not aggressive. He's growling at her, but it's not a vicious growl. He was acting exactly like a sheepdog. He herded her right into the laundry room. I was able to reach over, slam the laundry room door closed, and her and Spirit are in the laundry room, and she's up against that door. She's just up against that door, just smacking the hell out of that door. And I opened that door, and the look on her face was the same night that Spirit had that abscess and I put the Manuka honey on there. So I knew that look when she was looking at Spirit, and I'm like, she's going to kill Spirit. And she loves Spirit, but whatever was going on with that paw, and I was talking to somebody who owns a large guardian breed, and they said within the large guardian breeds, if there's a weakness within the pack, they take that animal out. Wolves will do it, Caucasians will do it, Kangals will do it, Presa Saparios, Kanye Corsos, I don't know. But if you have a dog that is allowed to roam, like Tibetan Mastiffs are allowed to roam, and they're with their sheep out in remote places, yeah, it was amazing what Spirit did. Spirit is just, I mean, this is why, if anybody asked me, which I guess people on here have already asked me this, who is your favorite dog? It's not that I have a favorite dog. All right, we'll see you later, Irish Cream. Have a good evening. It's not that I have a favorite dog. I have a bond with Spirit. I have a special bond with Denali. Don't get me wrong. But the bond with Spirit, I would have to admit, is much deeper because I know what Spirit's been through. I know what Spirit is capable of doing. I know the fear that Spirit lives with and the insecurities, and yet he's still this just amazing, loving, playful dog. And I still remember the first day that I met Spirit, that I saw Spirit, and here's a dog who had just survived parvo. Here's a dog who had been left behind by a dog fighting ring because he wouldn't perform, with no food, no water. And the first experience that I had with Spirit is, here's this dog who's malnourished, who hasn't really had any water until my ex-wife started giving him water that day. And he runs into the backyard and he has this red ball, and he grabs the ball and he brings it up and he drops the ball at my feet. And I'm like, you just had parvo, you just had this, you just had that, you just had that, and all you want to do is play ball? What an amazing dog, What an amazing, amazing dog. What a beautiful, I mean, that experience right there, of all the dogs I've had, every dog has, of course, a meaningful, special experience. But that one, going down to get Denali the first day, rescuing Tango and Cash from being put down. I had a dog named Wesley, a little min pin. Of all the dogs that I've had throughout my life, that dog, that moment right there of watching a dog who had been through so much, living right, okay. When I've mentioned this before briefly, because I'm never going to disparage or talk negatively about my ex-wife, about her family, because everybody knows, that there's two sides to every marriage and the truth is in the middle. So I would never talk bad about my ex-wife in public or on YouTube. Um, that just would not be fair to her because she's not here to defend herself, and there's really nothing to talk about other than two grown adults who just, it just didn't work. The reason I bring that up is um, my ex-wife came from Bakersfield, and she grew up in a very, not very, it was full-on gang environment. It was a full-on gang environment. Her daughter was in a gang that was mixed up with the Mexican cartel. That I'm not, I don't want people to think I'm exaggerating that, because when I went down there to pick my ex-wife up, and my ex-wife had changed her life, turned her life around, good person. Um, but her family was there in the barrio. And when I went down there to pick her up, because she had gone down there on the train, she couldn't drive, of course. When I went down there to pick her up, they had I'm white. This was a Mexican neighborhood. They had somebody come out and escort me in to where she was at. And so, um, I had a $70,000 pickup at the time. Never thought about it. I didn't know where I was going. I drive the pickup to her daughter's house, and her daughter gets on the phone and calls all her people in the gang and says, "My mom's husband is here and he's got this nice truck. Leave it alone." Because my truck wouldn't have been there it would have been there for like a half an hour and then it would have been gone. So that's the type of environment that Spirit came out of. He came out of a heavily controlled gang environment. This gang was associated with the cartel. It has now been taken over by the cartel. Um, my ex-wife's daughter was killed by the cartel. Um, Her body was abandoned along the side of the freeway in Bakersfield. Um, and she died from fentanyl poisoning because of the mixture. So this is you all know the story. You've all have heard the story. You know about these cartel dogfighting rings. This was 110% the real deal. I saw where Spirit was born. I saw where Spirit was left. I saw everything about what Spirit experienced the first few months of his life. And his original name was Rambo, and then they changed it to something else. And I was bringing him home, and my ex-wife, she called him Rambo, and I said, no, I said, I'm changing his name to Spirit. I said, after everything that this dog had been through, I said, he needs a different name. And, I try to give all my dogs names that, I named Tango and Cash after the movie because they were like brothers. They were so cool. I named Shotgun. I got him. He was a min pin. And I got Shotgun because, or I named him Shotgun because when I got him, he was going with me everywhere in the car. I was a disabled vet. My PTSD was really bad at that time because they had me on the wrong meds. And so I just lived on my own. And shotgun would go everywhere with me, so he was riding shotgun with me. And then I got London, and I had my first big dog experience. I'd always wanted a big dog as a boy. After all these years, my dream was coming through. When I got off the plane to come back from Iraq, I didn't even think I'd be alive. 5 years later, I never in my wildest dreams thought that I would have a house. So I have a house and I get a chance to get a big dog. What a dream come true. I started looking around. I didn't get a Tibetan Mastiff because I have a small package and I needed to, I needed to boost my ego. I got a Tibetan Mastiff because I was looking for what kind of big dog I wanted, and I knew I didn't want a Rottweiler. I knew I didn't want a pit bull, which I ended up getting a pit bull. I knew I didn't want a pit bull. I knew I didn't want the Kanye Corso. And then I started reading up on the Tibetan Mastiff, and I thought I didn't want an Akita. But then I read up on the Tibetan Mastiff, and the Tibetan Mastiff was all of these dogs that I said I didn't want. But I looked at a picture of a Tibetan Mastiff, and I thought, that dog is just incredible. And the thing that bonded me to that dog and that breed was the incredibly rich history of the majestic nature, which you see in Denali. I mean, when I get that camera at the right angle, that is a very majestic dog. And I fell in love with that majestic quality of that dog. And so when I got London, the reason that I named him London is because I fell in love with big dogs when I was a kid, 4th grade, but I really fell in love with dogs and big dogs when I read Call of the Wild, and then when I read White Fang by Jack London. And so I thought, what a better name to embody this moment that I have to get a big dog than to name him after a writer who was like one of my favorite writers of all time. For those of you who may watch this live stream in the future, who are hearing this, who maybe have read books, one of my favorite stories of all time was written by Jack London. It was a short story. It was 9 pages long, called To Build a Fire. And it was that's an amazing story. But when I got London, the first time that I realized the power of a Tibetan Mastiff, the first time that I realized the power of a Tibetan Mastiff was I got London a cage, and I had my bedroom, and then right next to it, of course, another bedroom. And so I went in there, I put this cage in there, I put this bed in there, and him and Shotgun would be in this cage during the night. And this dog is 4 months old when this happens. So I'm laying there, and he would be in there in the morning, and I'll be the first one to admit it. I was lazy back then, okay? And so he's in the other bedroom. He's in this cage. He's doing fine. He's had water. He's had all these things. And, he's well taken care of. Good food, the whole 9 yards. Air conditioning's on in the house. It's the summer. So he's over there whining. I'm like, dude, shut up, shut the F up, shut the F up. I'm trying to, get some sleep. I was taking this medication at the time called quetiapine, and it would really knock me out. So I say this for about an hour. And all of a sudden, here's Shotgun. Jumped up on my bed. And about 10 seconds later, here's London. Jumped up on my bed. And yet, they're locked up in a cage in the other room. And he's 4 months old. 4 months old. So I go in there and look. In the cage that he was in, he opened it. He just reached in with his paw, opened the door. He's out. He goes over. The door in the bedroom is of course closed, so he can't push the door open, but he figured out how to open the door in the bedroom. Open the door, comes out just like this goofball right here. They come in, he opens the door to my bedroom, comes in, jumps up on the bed. Okay. So I go down and I get a lock. And with the key, I've got a lock and unlocking a dog in his cage. So I get a lock, I put it on there, lock the cage. Next morning, there they are on my bed again. I'm like, hold it, I just locked the cage, man. So I go in and he's pushed the cage door with his paw. This 4-month-old dog. This is pretty thick wire. He's pushed the cage and snapped the little thing, and so the door's half askew. And he's out, and him and Shotgun are up on my bed. And these Mastiffs really are Velcro dogs. And so he's up on my bed. I'm just having fun telling stories, everybody. I hope you all are having a good time. So he's up on my bed. So I go down, I get a new cage. Better door, 2 locks. 2 locks. Come home, cussing him out. Little bastard, you know. This is like a $100 cage that I bought this dog, and he just chewed up, or just didn't chew up, but basically disassembled this other cage. So I go down, I get another one, come home, set it up, go to bed that night, and I hear him the next morning, and I'm like, okay, I got 2 locks on the cage, one up top, one the bottom. This dog can't get out. And so he's in there, and I'm like, man, just go back to sleep. Just go back to sleep. Come on, dude, let me get a little more sleep. You know, and all it is just a dog who just wants out, okay, right? So I finally get up, and I go in there, and it's like, okay, number one, you got a dog that you didn't realize just exactly what the fuck you were getting yourself into. Because this scared the living shit out of me, what I saw. And this dog is 4 or 5 months old at this time. And this is a metal cage. And it's a pretty heavy duty metal cage. And he chewed through it. He chewed through the cage. And I looked at that cage, and I looked outside at my yard, and he had cut his lips up, you know, he'd scratch his lips up, but his mouth was fine. His mouth was fine. And I went outside, and when I got London, the first thing that the breeder told me is she said, if you're going to get this dog from me, she said, you have to sign a contract with me. And on that contract, you have to agree that you're going to have a 6-foot fence around your yard. And I thought, man, this is a bunch of crap. And then I started watching some YouTube channels on large guardian breeds. And I realized that it was a good idea to have a 6-foot fence. And after I saw London do that, I walked outside and I looked at the corrugated wire on that chain link 6-foot fence. I'm like, this ain't gonna stop him. This chain link wire is not gonna stop this dog. This dog just ripped this cage apart. He ripped it apart. And then I'm looking around my yard and I'm like, if he wants over that fence, 6 feet ain't enough. And then I started watching these Belgian Malinois, and I started watching these Kangals, and I started watching these dogs really close. And I looked at London and I thought, you don't know what the fuck you just got yourself into, dude. Yeah, this is a majestic dog, but this is a large guardian breed. This is a dog that was trained to guard. And this dog loves you, and this dog sees you as his people. And if anybody tries to get between you or tries to get at you, this dog is going to destroy them. And so when I would have people over, I would put London outside. Well, London figured out how to open the sliding glass door. So anytime I would have people over, I would have to put a stick down there between the door. And so when I would go anywhere, I would either have to take London with me or else I would have to leave him in the house. And thankfully, he wasn't the type of dog who would destroy things in the house. He was really good. He would lay at the door. A really good dog to have around. Now, Denali, a couple weeks ago, when we talked about what happened with the gardener, all I can say about that gardener is if that would have been London, who would have been in his backyard, if that would have been London, who would have been alive, and that gardener would have been in that backyard, London would have ripped him apart. London would have destroyed that gardener. London probably would have been put down. What I saw with Denali and what I saw with Spirit when that gardener was in the backyard, and you guys have seen a little bit of my backyard. And those Belgian Malinois, I'm going to post it. You guys have heard me talk about Jason Corey before. And I'm going to post a graphic that Jason Corey, I'm going to get permission from him first. I'm going to email him. I'm going to post a picture on my YouTube community post. It shows information about the bite force of these different dogs. You know, and there's this guy in there who's arguing, you know, well, the Cagna Corsos have the most bite force. You know, it's kind of like saying, well, you know, Chevy 454 can beat a 383 engine or whatever. It's like, dude, at some point you're going so fast that it doesn't matter what engine you have in your car. If you wrap yourself around a tree, the engine size isn't going to matter. You're still going to be dead. When you get to a certain point with these large guardian breeds, bite force doesn't matter. They're going to tear you up. A Belgian Malinois, I was watching one of these special operations stories, and they asked one of these guys. They said, "Have you ever seen a Belgian Malinois in combat?" And he said to him, "What did you see the dog do that you remember?" And this guy goes, "I watched this Belgian Malinois eat this guy's face off." And I was like, "Well, I guess the dog's doing his job." When Denali and Spirit were down in the yard a couple weeks ago with that gardener, if Denali and Spirit would have wanted to take that gardener out, they were the perfect team to do so. And the reason why is when you watch these two play fight, oh, yeah, they do. And they, you know, I think we've talked about that at length on here. And that's sometimes where I wish, some of us could get on Zoom calls so that we could have conversations where, uncommon women, we could converse back and forth. And we may do that at some point in the future. We'll back channel Guardian Angel and Irish Spring and Uncommon Woman and Edward and a few of the others in, so we can get together and maybe have a Zoom call or something now that you guys can get a hold of me. But with Denali and Spirit, Denali will come when she's fighting. She always comes in from the top. Now, here's the interesting thing about Denali. Now, when they're fighting, Spirit comes in from the bottom and then he'll flip. And you guys will see that. You guys and gals will see that when you're watching in the future. Watch them. Denali always She always comes in from the top and comes down, or else she'll use her whole body and she'll come forward. When she does that, spirit will flip and he'll go to kind of like an MMA fighter. There's feet fighters in MMA, and then there's ground fighters. Spirit's a ground fighter. And so why I say that with the guy in the backyard, why I know that he's very lucky is because when I looked down there, these dogs were doing exactly that. Denali went up. She went up, and she was right here in his face and right here in his chest. And this guy's 6 feet tall. So you guys see me, I'm 5'8". So this guy's 6 feet tall, and Denali has stretched up, and Spirit is down. But neither one of them put mouth on. Neither one of them put teeth on. What they did again is exactly what Spirit did that day with Denali. Spirit herded Denali into that washroom to get Denali away from me because he knew I had that little dog, and she wanted to get at that little dog. If they wanted to take that gardener out, Spirit would have taken out his legs, Denali would have taken out his chest, they would have taken him onto the ground, and he would either be in the hospital or he would not be here. That's just a fact. You got a pit bull and a Tibetan Mastiff working together. That's a lethal combination. And yet what they did is they did exactly what Spirit did with Denali. They herded him out of the yard. They pushed him out of the yard. I'm facing the yard right now, and the street is going that way. They pushed him out of the yard, and here's why I know that they were herding him out of the yard is they got him to the gate, and both of them stayed right at the gate. They did not leave the gate. They did not leave the yard. They never left. They got him off of their property, and as soon as he was out the gate, they stopped. I was like, wow. Wow, and I never even trained you guys to do that. But watching them work as a team after the fact, and I'm sitting here now, I'm okay with it. But, in the moment, I'm like, I'm just a bystander. I'm just a bystander sitting here watching my dogs. And whatever happens to this guy's whatever happens. These are combat dogs. They're guardian breeds. Spirit, not so much guardian in the sense of Denali, but still, I think you guys can kind of see where I'm coming from. That gardener had no chance if those dogs would have wanted to go full on against him. So I'm very fortunate because I'm here right now. Because if that would have happened, I actually found out that I'm plugging my phone in. I actually found out that there is a law in Oregon that if somebody comes onto a dog's property unannounced and that dog attacks them, that dog has the right to attack them because dogs are considered, guardians of their property. It was I watched dogs do what dogs do as guardian breeds, which was amazing. It was an amazing experience. Now, one of the things that I've noticed with Denali is whenever she's play fought with Spirit throughout all these years, and she's always play fought with Spirit, and she'll use the mass of her body to overpower Spirit, and Spirit he'll use the athleticism of his body to maneuver around her when he's underneath. So like I said, he's a ground fighter. And if you notice dogs, they have this, not so much the Chihuahuas, but like the Caña Corsos, the Parp. If I say Presipario, if you guys don't know what that breed is, I'll post a picture of it. It's a very beautiful breed it's a combination of a Caña Corso and a Pit Bull. It's a Spanish Mastiff, very beautiful dog. You take the Caña Corsos, the Presiparios, the other Mastiffs, the Borborals, the Dojo Argentinos, the Caucasian Shepherds, the Pit Bulls. They always have that skin down here. Now, I don't know if you guys know why they have this drooping jowl of skin. And what that is because dogs always go for the throat. And so they have that flap of skin hanging down, and that's That's their natural protection. I never knew about that until I actually got into the large guardian breeds. I found it very fascinating. And so that's why a dog has a collar on its spikes, is to prevent another dog from being able to bite down on their throat. Which I was like, wow, I never knew that either. I always thought that it was just kind of a tough guy thing, of little man, big dog syndrome. But no, it's actually to protect that. And I've actually thought about getting both of them spike collars so that when I go out into the woods, um, if because we do have mountain lions, a lot of them around here. We do have two wolf packs in the area. I usually check before I go out to find out where they're at, because you got everybody and their damn brother around here tracking these wolves around. I don't know how they expect those wolves to be wild when it's basically like a bunch of Yellowstone tourists tracking these damn things around. But I've thought about, I mean, even I carry bear spray in the woods with me, because if they bump a badger nest over or something like that, those badgers can be pretty nasty too. We don't have wolverines down here, but that doesn't mean that they're not here. And we go into some pretty remote country. The other reason, um, you won't see us going into the desert this summer. I was going to take them out into the desert so that you all could see the desert area where we live, which is on one side of the town where I live. On the other side of the town, the desert forest splits right in the middle of my town. So I was going to take you out and show you that. But um, now that it's gotten above 60 degrees, the snakes are out, and I don't want to lose either one of my dogs to a snake. And dogs don't back down from rattlesnakes for some reason. And so we won't be seeing the high desert area until probably next fall. I'll wait until we probably get at least down into the 40s during the day. So then we'll go out and we'll do some photography there. But that's my story, everybody. That's my story. It's hard. That's kind of why I started the YouTube channel, is because I'm basically a prisoner in my house. I have four dogs and I have to keep them separated at all times. If I don't, she's that food aggressive. She is that food aggressive and she hates that one little dog so much because of that first night when I brought her home. He left his food dish and he went straight to hers. And I'm like, you know, so I sit here all the time. And, I sent a lady some pictures a couple weeks ago. Here I am trying to help a dog rescue with my channel. And I'm probably going to back off on that because this woman's helping shelters out of. It's not that I'll back off, I'll put dogs up because I got community posts. So I'll put the dogs up, but she's helping dogs out of Fresno and we're in Oregon. And it's like, man, that's a 10-hour drive. And, it was sad because I want to help those dogs out, but I got two dogs. And last week I had to sit down, I had to take pictures of tank or of shotgun and cash to send to her, knowing that I'm sending her pictures of my dogs, so I'm going to have to rehome. Fortunately, they're not dogs who are in a shelter where they're going to be euthanized or anything like that. But I also have to realize that, the last year and a half has been one of the most stressful years of my life. Shuffling dogs, knowing that at any time one wrong move could be the final move for Cash. She doesn't bother shotgun. There's early videos out there on my channel of her playing with shotgun, having a good time with him in the blanket, playing around. But if I'm gonna rehome them, I'm gonna rehome both of them because I think it would just be better that way. I the reason I didn't get Kobe, that big Tibetan Mastiff, and I'll put up picture for you. put up a picture later. I'm gonna go live again here in a few minutes. I'm gonna let Denali out and let her run, let the little dogs out and let them run, and then we'll come back and do a chill stream. But the reason I didn't get Kobe is because, if you're gonna bring another Tibetan Mastiff back into a house, especially a male, you want to bring that dog in before 10 months. You want to be able to establish pack ownership over that dog. You want to be able to establish a pack hierarchy over that dog, because Tibetan Mastiff males will test the living shit out of you. They will test you. London tested me all the time. And it's not just a one-time test, it's an ongoing test. Um, Denali tests me. She'll test me. You'll see Denali test me on camera. And I'll have to call that out in the future when she's testing me. But she'll test me. Spirit, I'll never have to worry about that with him. But as an independent breed like that, they'll test you. Um, yeah, it's not so much. I don't know if I agree with you on that, uncommon woman. It's more or less a respectful disagreement. Please take it that way. Because of what I've experienced with my two guardian breeds. I'm not saying all breeds. It's what I think what it is it's not so much that they want to be alpha. I think it's that they need to be reassured that you have the capabilities to be the alpha within the pack structure. Like I said, that one night that she was here, if Spirit ever gets sick again, Spirit will be separated from her. I it, I understand now that guardian breeds will take out a weaker pack member. That's a fact. So Spirit will be separated from her if that ever happens again. But my belief, uncommon woman, is it's not that they want to be the alpha. That pack structure is everything, and that strength within the pack is everything, and they need to know that you're capable of being an alpha. Does that make sense? That the pack structure is based off of strength and the ability to be the pack leader. So it's about I was talking with another large guardian breed owner, and they put it this way, and it made sense to me. They said they need to know their place in the pack, and Spirit actually displays that very well. As long as Spirit knows, he knows where his bed is, he knows when his food time is, he knows where his bed is where I sleep, he knows where his bed is in the office. He knows that he has a structure in a defined environment. As long as Spirit knows that, he's okay. Now, I took Spirit out of his environment yesterday to see how he would do. I put him in the car, and we had that video up a couple months ago. If you guys want to go back and look, the video was in December, so if you want to go back and look through the YouTube shorts, you can do that, and you can see the video, and it's called the Egyptian Pit Bull. And it was a joke, but it was actually very serious, and Spirit's got his little green bow tie on, because I was taking him down to the vet to have him looked at for that abscess. And he's got his head straight up, and his body is just stiff. And it's because I'm looking at him, and his muscles are quivering. And the reason his muscles are quivering is because this house is his world. It's his reality. It's where he feels comfortable. And so when he was stiff like that, it's because he was totally and completely terrified. Totally and completely terrified. So I took him out yesterday, and I took him down, and I was in the car with him the full time. And I took him down, and the quivering had stopped a little bit, but when I knew that Spirit was so beyond, I guess, what would you say, even he was so beyond terror. He was so beyond terror when I had him in the vet's office, that he was on the floor like a soldier who's crawling through the mud, and he's on his belly, and he's creeping through the vet's office because we're in a vet, and I can almost guarantee that within that vet's office there had been a pit bull at one time. And anytime anytime dogs are coming up and down the street where we live, anytime dogs are coming up and down the street where we live, it it doesn't matter what breed it is. Spirit will run up and down the fence. He'll play like the tough guy. His little tail will go back up in the air, but he's fine. He's fine. But if it's a pit bull, he's not fine. He goes nuts. And I think that in that office, in that veterinarian office, there was a pit bull that had been in there and left its scent. And Spirit is so conditioned to pit bull attack, pit bull attack, pit bull attack, pit bull attack. He had been through that for the first however many months of his life. And so he was on the floor, and I couldn't even reach him. I couldn't even reach him because the night that Denali almost attacked Spirit, Spirit came to me, and I put myself between Spirit and Denali, and it was the scariest moment of my life recently when I had to do that, to put myself between Spirit and Denali, because I'm like, if she goes nuclear on Spirit, I'm going to have to wrestle her, and I'm going to have to try to get her 10 feet to the door, open up the door, and push her out the door. A Tibetan Mastiff who's getting ready to go full on. And it had to do with that smell that was coming out of that abscess. And I was talking to this other large guardian breeder, and he said it's about that weakness within the pack structure. He's become weak. He's become vulnerable. And so she's going to eliminate him from the pack, to eliminate, not because she hates Spirit, but because he's become a weakness in the pack structure, and the pack always needs to stay strong. The pack always needs to be as strong as it possibly can. And the same thing will happen. Everybody always goes back to the wolf. I'm not a big wolf fan. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not a big wolf fan. Has nothing to do with wolves. I've just never found that mythical attraction to a wolf. A wolf is a wolf is a wolf is a wolf. But I understand the pack structure of wolves, of coyotes, because coyotes do pack up, of the Caucasians, of the Borberals, of the other guardian breeds that are working dogs out in the remote areas where pack structure, with wolves, they will take out one of their own without hesitation. I was watching this guy the other night, and he's a wildlife biologist, and I assume that what he said, and maybe I took it different, but he said one of the number one ways that a wolf dies is from their own pack. I thought, well, after what I've seen, that makes sense. They're either going to abandon the dog, they're going to abandon the wolf, or they're going to destroy one of their own. And I also thought about a discovery video that I watched on YouTube one night it was talking about this male lion, and he was the pride. He was the alpha male lion of this group of 5 male lions, but he became weak. And the guy said on the video, he said, as we're watching this video, we're watching the final day of this lion's life, because his fellow pride members, these other 4 male lions, are going to kill him because he's become weak and he is no longer able to help them. And I thought, wow, you take a Chihuahua, or you take a golden retriever, or you take one of these other dogs that's been more socialized into and integrated into the world of men. And well, they have still native instincts. The large guardian breed has their instincts so deeply ingrained into them that while little dogs, golden retrievers, things of that nature, still have a pack structure to a point, the pack structure of large guardian breeds is very, very deep. It's still very deeply ingrained into them. And you have to realize that you take a dog like a Tibetan Mastiff. I don't know the exact date. I'd have to go out and ask one of the self-proclaimed, and I say that word with a lot of sarcasm, self-proclaimed Tibetan Mastiff experts on the Facebook forums, which I don't want to do. I really can't stand them. But to find out when Tibetan Mastiffs were introduced to the world at large, I know that there's some large guardian breeds like the Dojo Argentino that were bred as fighting dogs back in Argentina in the early 1900s. Tibetan Mastiffs being a remote dog, like remote dogs like the Caucasians, the Anatolian Shepherds, those dogs were exposed to society and culture at large a lot earlier than Tibetans, and yet they still possess a deep guardian instinct. So you can imagine with a Tibetan that Tibetans were a very remote dog that never really were exposed to American culture, or I'll say Western culture, or modern culture at large. Even the Chinese, the Mongolians, the Russians, the Ukrainians, where Tibetan Mastiffs migrated to, they were never exposed to that until probably, I would say, after World War II. I would think that. I'd have to verify that. So if you take into account what I'm saying is Tibetan Mastiffs they're not, generationally, they're not too far removed from their native environment. So let's say that they were introduced after World War II to the larger world, and they breed once a year. So that's 70 years. 70 years. That's not a long time for a dog. When you take Dachshunds, you take Dobermans, which are that's a very intelligent breed. When you take breeds like that, which have been socialized for hundreds of years, and you'll still see those dogs revert back to some instinctual. Well, I mean, especially the Belgian Malinois, which Uncommon Woman brought up. Or you take the Dobermans or the German Shepherds, when they're still reverting back to that instinctual training that's within them. And then you take a Tibetan Mastiff, which the wildlife biologists say that Tibetan Mastiffs may not even come from wolves. Tibetan Mastiffs may be their own branch of dog that came from whatever prehistoric. So the Tibetan Mastiff is very unique in that it may not be a branch of wolf. It may be its own original branch of dog. Whether that's truly the case or not, I don't know. Since I'm just riffing and free talking about dogs and Tibetan Mastiffs, the Tibetan Mastiff culture here in the West, you have two camps, and one camp really will not come out and say it, but they're always kind of they position themselves above the other camp as like we're the better owner. I got in an argument tonight. I got in an argument tonight on the Facebook forum in a Tibetan Mastiff group, because sometimes these people just piss me off. But you have the diva group. That's what I'll call them, the diva group. And the diva group is, we adhere to the classic Tibetan Mastiff breed, and we try to keep the lines as pure as possible. Okay, I'll tell you right now, I call bullshit on that. And the reason I call bullshit on that is some of the people who say that they adhere to this strict standard of the Tibetan Mastiff breed are people who raise Tibetan Mastiffs in places like California, the Midwest where it's extremely humid. If you go to Tibet, I really highly doubt that you'll find palm trees growing there. I really highly doubt that you'll find the humidity at the level that it is in the Midwest. I really highly doubt that you'll find a Tibetan Mastiff living indoors in air conditioning all day. I don't, I really highly doubt that you'll see a Tibetan Mastiff living in a house at all. If you go to the native environment of a Tibetan Mastiff, which these people, quote unquote, saying that they're trying to adhere to, Tibetan Mastiffs spend 90% of their time outdoors. One woman today on this Tibetan Mastiff forum came in and said, oh, well, Tibetan Mastiffs, they need to be in a place where they can curl up and pack together and sleep together. No, actually, they don't. When Tibetan Mastiffs are working a herd, they're in different positions, sitting outside on different areas of the herd because they're guarding from snow leopards and other predators. They don't sit around and pack up at night. That's why they've got fur coats as thick as they are. They have to be able to rely off their own body heat. Now, there's two types of Tibetan Mastiffs within Tibet, and from my understanding, this is my understanding only. I'd have to do some deeper research on this, which I may do. There's what they call a valley Tibetan Mastiff, which has a kind of a deeper roar and a thinner coat. And then there's the high altitude Tibetan Mastiff, which has a little bit thicker coat and has a higher pitched roar. Now, I don't know what the reason is for the difference in that roar, but one thing that I'll tell you about Denali is she's in the second camp and I'm in the second camp. I'm not in the diva camp. If I'm going to buy a dog, spend $4,000 to $5,000 on a dog, I'm going to get a dog that I want. And in this case, the first time I got a Tibetan Mastiff, I just liked the look of it. Once I got into the community, I started seeing dogs that were coming out of Europe. The majestic nature of those dogs and the way that they've been bred. And there may be some Chinese Tibetan Mastiff in her. I think that there is, which again, this diva camp hates anything that comes out of China. They will not come out and say it in the Facebook groups and social media, but they're disgusted by people like me who buy a dog that's based off of, okay, maybe the genetics 50, 60 years ago, there's been some mixture. Some people say with Chow. I don't know. I don't think that Denali has Chow in her. I think that they've selectively bred, like Zoran, the guy who I talk about, Zoran from Serbia, and the dog Kobe that I talk about. Zoran has spent 10 years selectively breeding to the point that he's gotten with Kobe and with this year's litter. So there's a lot of selective breeding to get that big full mane that Denali's got. Now, is there a chance that she's been mixed with other types of Tibetan Mastiffs, maybe sub branches or something? I don't know. I haven't seen her DNA. But I do know that these people will tell you, the diva camp will tell you, oh, she's not 100% Tibetan Mastiff according to the strict breeding standards. And it's like, well, you're not a good Tibetan Mastiff owner according to the strict breeding standards either, because you're living with a dog that is, or you're housing a dog in an environment where there's palm trees and flamingos, and I just don't see any of those being up in the high mountains of Tibet. That's my feeling on it. And so, I've even thought about branching out into TikTok and branching out into Instagram and branching out into Twitch for the reason that I'm about to explain. I love where I live in Klamath Falls. I make no bones about where I live. I love this area. I have Mount Shasta, I have Mount McLaughlin, I have Crater Lake, I have Mount Thielsen, I have the coast nearby, I have the high desert, I have all these things. I do have the FCR papers on Denali. I just haven't looked deeply into it. FCRA, I don't know what the American I don't like Tibetan Mastiff breeders in America. It's not that I don't like them personally. I I know that there's a couple breeders out there who I personally really respect. I had a breeder call me just a couple months ago, asked me if I wanted another Tibetan Mastiff. And I don't like his breeding style. I just don't like his breeding style. Um, because this guy, where he lives, it's extremely hot, and he'll pump out 3, 4 litters a year. He's bred his dogs. He's bred his dogs so that he has a year-round breeding program. And he pushes a lot of his dogs down into San Diego, down into Los Angeles. I would never. The reason that I brought up TikTok and Instagram and Twitch is I really don't want to do, especially like Twitch. I mean, this is the longest that I've live streamed in a long time. Twitch is a full-time job. It's a live stream only. TikTok is like the ghetto of social media to me. I mean, it's good for the younger kids. I'm glad. I just don't relate to TikTok. Instagram, I could post pictures. But the reasons that I've thought about that, and I'm just free riffing and talking to you guys. You guys have become good online friends. The reason that I've thought about that is because Denali is my kid. Spirit is my kid. Watching Denali suffer through heat in March when it should still be 40 degrees during the day, 20 degrees at night. Watching her suffer through that makes me mad. It makes me mad because I don't believe that unless this is a natural 100-year drought, I believe that there's some weather manipulation going on. Weather manipulation is proven. It's proven. They used it in the Vietnam War. They've used it, I think, as far back as World War II. So weather manipulation is not a conspiracy theory. I think it's going on for whatever reason. To follow that thought up immediately, there's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm not going to try. I'm not going to sit around and cry in my milk and spew conspiracy theories and call people evil. Evil people are evil people, and they're going to do what they're going to do. What can I do? I can look at moving. I can look at moving to some place that's colder, that has a better environment for Denali. I am really limited as to where I can move because I have personal political beliefs that I do not express on here, but I would, just to keep it at the 30,000-foot view, I would prefer something more conservative. Colorado's a beautiful place, but it's not for me. And that, Uncommon Woman, that's why I try to provide a good environment, as I think that a lot of us here are of that age where we prefer something a little bit slower. If we're going to do a live stream like I do, we prefer people kind of our age, our speed. But I would love to move to the high mountains of New Mexico, not my kind of place. Colorado, not my kind of place. Infected with Southern Californians like Oregon is. Washington, I would like to move. I used to love Seattle. Seattle is an amazing place, not anymore. So my options are, Idaho, Alaska, Montana. South Dakota, North Dakota is not an option because it's hotter and crap there during the summertime. Alaska, well, it would be fun. Getting out with the dogs is a crapshoot. Taking them out anywhere. It really still is a wild place. Utah, at my age, I just don't. It's a great state in the country as far as being a state goes, but as far as what that state represents in the culture, not, they worship how they want to worship, but they've also created a culture for themselves where if you live there and you do not follow their belief structure and so forth, they make no bones about it themselves that you're an outsider. And that is something that, if I'm going to move somewhere, I want to have a chance to at least, establish decent relationships with my neighbors and so forth. And Utah really doesn't, from what I see, provide that environment. So I'm looking at Idaho, Montana, you know, um, that's really about it. You know, I just have never really felt any desire to go to the East Coast. Um, Michigan, I feel like there's too much humidity there. Alaska, if I looked at Alaska, it would be someplace where there's not a lot of humidity. I would move inland. Um, so you know, there's too much humidity in Missouri. That's the only problem is humidity's a this is the reason that I disrespect people who take heavy coated breeds into high humidity environments. Even thinking about taking Denali to the coast of Oregon here. Here's why. When it rains here, I bring Denali in. Because when that fur gets wet, if that water gets down deep inside that fur, there's a chance it's going to mold. Now you take a dog and you put it in a high humidity environment where her third, come here, I'm going to show you. Come here, I'm going to show you guys. Come here, come on, get over here. Come here, come on, lay down. There you go. All right. So I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about so you can see why I don't agree with dogs in high humidity environments. And the diva crowd, the diva Tibetan Mastiff crowd won't agree with me. Oh well. Here's why. And you've probably seen this on other dogs, but you can see how thickly matted that fur is in there. I think you guys can see that. That's going down deep, and that fur mats. It mats up really bad. You've probably seen that. You've probably seen that on like alpacas, other animals, sheep. I guess like sheep. And so if you put them in a high humidity environment, and I don't know how these dogs deal with it. I've never heard about the problems. I know they've got to have them, but imagine humidity getting into that fur. Imagine that. So you're down, let's say you're down in Florida, and you've got a heavy coat on. You as a human, you've got a heavy coat on, and you're sweating, and that sweat's trapped, and you're not allowed to take that coat off. Now, what the guy told me down in the area where it's really hot, who sells dogs down in Los Angeles and down into San Diego, who breeds his dogs year round, even though a Tibetan Mastiff's natural breeding cycle is only in November, December. What this guy told me is, I said, you sell dogs down in Los Angeles and San Diego and places like that. And he goes, yeah, they'll adapt. I'm like, okay. I get it, buddy. So if I take you and I send you to Alaska, or I send you to Tahoe, or I send you to Maine or Greenland, and I give you a t-shirt and a pair of Bermuda shorts, are you going to adapt? That's my question. Are you going to adapt? Well, if I give you a little bit heavier outfit, yeah, you won't ever make it in Bermuda shorts and a t-shirt. But if I give you a little heavier outfit, yeah, you'll adapt, but you're going to be as uncomfortable as crap. Every day is going to be a miserable experience for you. And so I look at Denali, and I see her over here right now, and where he's at is exactly where London used to sleep. London, my Tibetan Mastiff, used to sleep there. I got him in 2016, and London had a pretty good life in that he could get out of the house. He could, get outdoors. And, there were a couple times, if you ever watched Tibetan Mastiff videos, there was one that just came out this year. Somebody on Instagram posted it. And their backyard is full of snow. And I hope this happens where I can show you guys this. It's funny. The yard is full of snow. and they yell out there for their Tibetan Mastiff, and all of a sudden the snow stands up. And I'm like, that is classic Tibetan Mastiff, because I'd seen that with London one time. Or a few times I called out into the backyard and I'm like, London, where are you at? I thought he had gotten over the fence and escaped. And all of a sudden the snow just stood up and there's my dog, and so that's cool, but it's because they can shake the snow off. That's the environment that I want Denali to have. I don't want her to be living in a place where it was 72 degrees here a few weeks ago in March. It's not supposed to be that way. So if I thought I could find a place to move where we would do better, I would do it. I would. They're my kids, Spirit, he does have some arthritis in his hip, but Spirit's also very much an inside dog. He likes being outside in the sun during the day, but he prefers being inside. He prefers being inside, and I'm okay with that. He likes to go out, still jump around, play with his ball. Guardian Angel and Uncommon Woman and a few of the others have seen us wrestling around in here at night having fun. And where is that stupid ball of his? I got to show you guys this. Spirit, give me your ball. There we go. Oh, so if you guys went out there and you watched that video of I feel like a dork showing you guys this on camera, but what the hell? Who cares? Yeah. Somebody said to me once, they said, you should only give a shit about what people think about you if they're going to show up at your funeral in the rain. I'm like, yeah, okay. And no offense, we all get along and have a good time, but you're not showing up at my funeral in the rain. So we're in here playing with Spirit's Kong ball one night, and Spirit, when he gets excited, he goes into what I call wiggle butt mode, and he's throwing that springy body of his around, and he just gets so excited, he chases after that ball, and he wants to bring that ball right back to you and give it to you so that you'll throw the ball again, and that's his love. And so Spirit's got the ball. So his mouth is right here. So I don't know I'm going to wait until I can see what I'm doing on the camera because it's delayed. Okay, so the mouth is right here. So this is my eyeball. This is my eyeball. So he comes at me, and just like the other night with the video where he's right here in his bed, and I'm sitting over here where I'm at, and if you watch the video, he launches full speed at me and hits me in the face. So he's got the Kong ball in his mouth, and the Kong ball is sticking out straight like this. And he comes straight at me and sticks that Kong ball right in my eye socket at about however fast Spirit was going when he's really excited and he has that Kong ball in his mouth. And so I go down to my doctor the next day, and he's like, well, I can give you stitches, but it's not going to do any good. And the whole side of my face is just, it's black. My eye is swollen. And so as long as Spirit is happy, and as long as he's playing with his ball, as long as I'm able to give him anti-inflammatories, I'm okay. And it's been cold enough here this year that I've been able to watch him and see that the cold doesn't seem to be able to be infecting his. Oh, let me see. I'll show you guys since people are here. The people who are here love Spirit as much as they love Denali. Well, except Guardian Angel. I know she doesn't like Spirit. I'm giving you a bad time, Guardian Angel. So this is the area right in here. The camera is delayed about 30 seconds, so if you see me holding the camera longer than usual, it's because I'm trying to see. Yep. Okay. Let's see if we got. Yep, right in there where I got my hand. He's got some arthritis starting up in there. I don't think it had anything to do with him being in the fighting ring or anything like that. There's a lot of dogs out there that have arthritis who've never been within 1,000 miles of a fighting ring. So it's just, I think that's just part of what's going on. But other than that, Spirit is very, I know you do, Guardian Angel. I know. He's a, you know what? Let me tell you something, Guardian Angel. Uh, I'll say this about Spirit, and I got something I want to tell you. Spirit, or Denali is, she's not as what's the word I'm looking for here? She's not as hardy as Spirit is. You would think she is, but she gets sick a lot easier than Spirit does. I mean, Spirit. Let's face it, the dog survived parvo. Okay, he's a tank. He's a tank, man. That dog is like, whoo, holy cow, man. You know what? Can't you survive? He got in a fight with London. He survived that. I mean, he held his own against London. That was amazing. And what that was is you had two males who were not fixed, and one day it was that pack thing. One day London was like, I need to let you see who's in charge here. There was really there was some scrapes and stuff that you're going to expect from any type of pack situation like that. Um, but what was I going to say? I was going to tell Guardian Angel what I see when I'm doing live streams. You'll see me sometimes with the notebook, and I'll show you here real quick. I'm I'm watching the notebook as I'm doing live streams. Let's see here. Now, see, it's delayed about 20 seconds. So I'm watching the notebook as I'm doing live streams. So when you see me, and I'm always looking down, I'm watching that notebook because the notebook is lagged about 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds. So what I'm seeing is 15 seconds after what you're seeing. But one of the things that I can notice in here is I have like a chat control panel, or a live stream control panel, and it's showing me the number of users who are in the live stream at any one time. And here's what happens. I have the camera like right now on me. Okay, we have 5 viewers in here. I turn the camera on Spirit, depending on the angle that the camera is at. We can get 8, 9, maybe 12 viewers in here. And that also includes Denali. If I have Denali in a sleep stream, sometimes they'll drop down to 4 viewers, maybe less, depending on how she's positioned. Position is everything. If I get Denali up and I get Denali jumping, if I get that hat on Denali, if I start working Denali in front of the camera, those views will go 25, 35. I've had 45 people in this chat room at one time. That dog is that dynamic. Everybody loves Spirit once they get in here and they get to know his personality and see the interaction between the two dogs. But, you know, it's like my birth mom told me. I'm adopted, and my birth mom, she was a nightclub singer for about 20 years, and she said you can always if you watch the crowd, you can always tell what's working and what's not. In this live stream environment, I can always tell what's working and what's not by who I bring on camera, or what angle the camera is at. People don't want to see Denali from the face down, because when you put the camera and you put it face up, or you put the camera up so that people are looking up at that angle, it's just like they're experiencing a lion. And so my attitude is, when I bring people in here, is if people are going to come in here, they're going to spend time in my live stream. And I want them to feel like when they leave my live stream that they've had a really good experience. They've had a a good time. They've had halfway clean chat. They've had a chance to see a dog that they may not see a lot of. They had a chance to see that dog, experience that dog, and then also experience her buddy Spirit, and experience enough of him to get to know him. But 90% of my watch time is going to come from Denali. It is, and that's, that's okay, as long as I know, and I had that little moment a couple weeks ago. Guardian Angel was here, and maybe Uncommon Woman, and a couple others, where I went off and chat about, not using my dogs as, like, I guess, what would you call it, live stream bait, to get people to come in and watch the live stream so that I can get watch hours so that I can monetize. As long as I'm not using my dogs for that, as long as I'm pacing them, conditioning them in front of the camera, um, you know, you'll see me. One of the things that we were first doing when I first started live streams was bacon. Never even thought about it in a million years, even though doctors will tell humans don't eat a lot of bacon. Fortunately, a couple weeks later, I was down at the vet, and I'm like, yeah, we do live streams with bacon. And she goes, did you know? And I'm like, yeah, I did know, but I never thought about it. Bacon's high in sodium. She goes, yeah, we get people in here who feed their dogs bacon all the time. They get pancreatitis. And I said, well, thankfully, when I feed my dogs bacon, I was feeding them little strips, little chunks. I wasn't, just sliding whole big long, slabs of bacon at them every night. But I quit the bacon because I don't want to use my dogs in an unhealthy way on live streams. When I'm with Denali and we're over here, and you'll see me in front of the camera with her, and we're doing the jumps. What you'll notice is when we do the jumps, she'll jump up on me. That's fine. That's fine. No problems there. But if I've got a dog that's going to be jumping up on me at least once a night, sometimes 2 or 3 times a night, because people love that. And I love it that people love it. They want to see that jump. They want to see the majestic size of her body. They want to see that lion mane. They want to see everything that makes Denali. They want to see the tail. They want to see her interact with me. They want to feel safe, thinking that, oh my gosh, they're me, they're Dave, they're having this relationship with this dog. But anybody, I had a person come in here and tell me, I was explaining to people one night on live stream, I said, watch. I've even made a shorts video about this. I said, watch. When I set her down now, because I realized after a couple nights of doing this, she's jumping up on me, and I let her fall 5 feet. And then she jumps up on me and I let her fall 5 feet. If I do that over and over and over and over every single night, okay, that's just like Eddie Van Halen as the guitarist ended up getting his hips replaced because he was jumping off of speakers. And they'll tell you with dogs, don't let dogs jump a lot because they'll start to give them problems with their hips. And I thought, hold on, dude, you're doing that with your dog. She jumps up, you walk away, and boom, she drops 5 feet. Boom, she drops 5 feet. Boom, she drops 5 feet. You need to think about and dial back your program. So if you're going to keep jumping her, you need to make sure that you catch her and you set her down so that you're setting her down softly so that there's not that shock impact hitting her, hitting her bones every day. And so this person comes in and they're like, nah, you can let her drop. And I'm like, you just, if Guardian Angel or Irish Cream had been in the chat at the time, I would have been like, let's push that person on down the road. You don't sit there and you don't drop a dog like that. That's the type of stuff that the OSHA wouldn't let you do in a workplace. If I went back and Eddie Van Halen was alive and I was like, hey, Eddie, I have my dog and she, I drop her 2, 3, 4 times a night from 5 feet. He'd be like, I'm calling animal control, which he should, And I mean, if anybody here, which I think people already know, yeah, thanks for coming. Hold on. Now, do you do rescues, as in rescues for dogs? Ruffed the rescue. Do you rescue dogs? You know what? You're amazing. Thank you. Everybody, hit the chat button, hit the like button, give the person some hearts. Let's give that person some hearts because that's that you. I hope that you'll come back. I hope that you'll come back, and I hope that you'll come back a lot because when we get people in here like you, it takes a special kind of person like you. It takes a special kind of person like you to do what you do because I I really admire, people come in here and they see me as a veteran and they say thank you for your service and I look at people who do dog rescues and I'm like thank you for doing what you do because that that takes a big heart. That takes a huge heart to do what you do. You people are amazing. And so um, I would there's people who we have a couple other people who come in here who do rescues and when I say I hope you'll come back, I really do. If you have the time in your day to come back to the live streams, I would like you to come back. I really hope you will. And here's why. Here's why. We're going to start doing um, live stream what we call collaborations with different people from the military veterans. Now hold on, don't answer this yet, rescue. Doing different things with military veterans. Live streams where we'll be live and I'll be interviewing them and we'll be talking about military experiences. But one of the other things I wanted to do, and if you go back through my community posts, Ruft, or if you go through my YouTube shorts, you'll see that I started doing it, was I started posting posts about dogs that were at risk of euthanasia. I was working with a rescue here in town, but they were actually working out of Fresno. And they were sending me dogs who were high risk. We almost helped one get adopted. We had a lady in here named Barbara who was going to adopt a dog. Barbara, right. Barbara right here was going to adopt a dog. What was his name? Bud? Bud had already gotten adopted. But we were, and I'm still trying to figure out. I don't think that right now is the time for us to be doing that as a channel. And I'm glad that you came in, Ruft. But anyways, I want to make my point with Ruft before I get into the next topic. Remind me of why Guardian Angel, as soon as I get to the next topic, I'm going to need you to help me and Barbara. Um, I I want to talk about next. I want to talk about why we're not getting into rescues. But Ruft, one of the other types of or groups of people that I wanted to interview on this channel besides um, military veterans is people who do rescues. I I also have this guy who's a service dog trainer. He's with the military. I'm trying to talk him into coming on the channel and doing a live stream with us. But I want to wait to do. Okay, so I would like to interview. Okay, I don't even have to tell Guardian Angel what to do. Um, I don't have to worry about that. You guys, you come in here, you don't know who's coming to hit you. Let's remove that person permanently if possible, Guardian Angel. I don't even have to tell you that either. Guardian Angel's got it covered. Guardian Angel and Irish Cream and Debbie are amazing at helping out this channel. But Ruft, um, I would like you to come back because at some point in the future, when the channel starts to develop um, more people coming in, concurrent viewers, so that your time is well used, I would like to start interviewing people who do not just dog rescues, but pet rescues. I mean, whether it's a parrot or whether it's, a cat, alpacas, horses, you know, we have a wildlife rescue here in town called Badger Wildlife Rescue. Amazing people, always posting good videos or good topics with amazing content about like raptors that they have to go out and rescue off the road and just they had a bald eagle last couple weeks ago that they had to put down. Um, they had a bald eagle that they had to put down And let's talk about that in just a couple seconds. Rough Rescue. I want to tell people about this bald eagle. A lot of times, Badger Wildlife Rescue will go out and they will rescue raptors, owls. Uh, Gosh, I think that they're mainly, what I see them posting is birds. So they had a call about a bald eagle that was wounded. Um, oh, that's okay. That's making me, that's giving me shivers. What you're doing, Ruff. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Don't type anything more yet. Um, so these people get out there where this bald eagle is, and what it was is usually when they're rescuing these raptors, they're rescuing these raptors, hawks, eagles, owls off the side of the road because they've been hit by a car when they're feeding on prey. And this one was in a field, and this I was thinking about this. I was like, wow, I never knew this. It really makes you think. You know, you see animals out there fighting, right? If I get this correct, it was a female, and it was a breeding area, and these two female bald eagles had gotten in a fight, and this fight was so bad that they had to put that bald eagle down right on the spot. It's it was graphic. There, this bald eagle was in had massive damage to its skull, to its whole body. They have a scale that they rate animals on of severity of if they can save them, and I think 5 is we can definitely save the animals. 0, and they said this eagle was 0 across the board, and so they ended up putting the eagle down right there. Okay, now regarding the rescue and Ruft, Ruft? Go ahead and just type in where you are in the United States right now. And here's why I'm asking you to come back, is because we started posting animals in community posts, and we've gotten some feedback. I have 1,400 followers right now, and out of 1,400 followers, like any other social media channel or whatever, you're going to have usually 10 or 15, at my point, 10 or 15 people who are going to be the hardcore members of the channel, who are going to support the channel, give the likes, give the thumbs up, give this, the comments that are going to move a post forward, or move a video forward so that it gets more traction, gets more views. With a post like what I did, I'll give you an example, Ruft. We did that post a few weeks ago, and I ended up pulling it because I looked at the post and I said, this is too much for shorts. There was a dog hoarder in Fresno who had 9 pit bulls, one of which Barbara was going to rescue. That one got adopted too. So Barbara had reached out to rescue a couple of these dogs. But when you saw the video, it was so graphic. There were 9 dogs, three dogs to a cage, and each one of those cages should have only held 1 dog. And so I put the video up so that people could watch it, and I thought, man, this is a video that's going to get a lot of traction. People are going to want to watch this video. They're going to want to help. It was the exact opposite. And so I thought back and I said to myself, I said, if you're going to get the kind of traction that you want for animals, to help them out and do this type of thing for these animals, because we're talking about a shelter, Ruft, where it's so overcrowded. Dogs have a very short amount of time, and so we're putting out posts where the dogs have to be rescued in 72 hours, 96 hours, 5 days. We have one out there who's getting ready to get put down tomorrow night, unfortunately, and he's 8 years old, and he came out of homeless camp, and he has bad ear infections, and it was a cream lab to get put down. Fortunately, I believe that God, my personal belief about God, Christianity, the whole 9 yards, is that God does have a very special place for animals, what we refer to as the Rainbow Bridge, and this lab will be going to the Rainbow Bridge tomorrow night. Fortunately, he will be doing so humanely with the love and care of people who would rather not see that happen. However, you know, triage has to be done. So, how does that apply to the channel? My idea is to wait until the channel grows to a certain point where our efforts, Uncommon Woman, Guardian Angel, Irish Cream, Edward, Callie, the other people who are core pack members of this channel, their efforts, their sincerity, Barbara, sorry, I forgot to mention you, their sincerity and their efforts of spending their time, because you can never give a person's time back, spending their time to like, comment, share a post is not wasted effort. I want that post to be put out there that a dog is available for rescue, and that we all know, as a group of people, good people with good hearts, that that post is going to get traction. And I also do not have, if I look at the demographic analytics of my channel, you're in Missouri, Guardian Angels in Texas. I'm not sure where Uncommon Woman is from. Um, the demographics skew East Coast, Midwest, which makes sense. If you look at an air traffic control map, and you look at the flight paths of all the jets, the flight path map is almost solid white from all these arrows from all these jets and where they're flying to. And over on the East Coast, there's arrows here, there's arrows there. And so my demographics for my channel skew East Coast. And here I am, I'm posting dogs from the West Coast. And so I'm saying to myself, my good intentioned people are liking and commenting on a post that in all reality has no opportunity to really go anywhere. And so what we need to do is I need to step back. I need to focus on making videos that are going to grow this channel so that we can reach a point where we have a solid base of people across all demographics here in the United States who can go in and, I call it, be like a share angel. A share angel, you know, you're going to share this post by commenting on it, liking it. You're going to be the, you know, we have Guardian Angel here. We'll be a channel of share angels who will share this post because this dog has a short period of time before it's going to leave this earth because you had a very shitty, irresponsible individual who took on more than they could handle, you know, or just flat didn't give a crap. You know, I've got a situation here right now, here in our neighborhood, where we've got, I'll just say it flat out. I don't care if they ever see this or not. There's a bunch of crackheads who live kitty corner to me. They have a pit bull who's attacked a woman. This is what's amazing about law enforcement. Attacked a woman who was walking a dog, attacked and almost killed a goat, has charged me 3 times. We have a daycare center. We have 2 children's bus stops, 2 disabled people, and another location with people at risk. These dogs have been here 2 years. We filed multiple complaints. They come over. They charge my fence every single time they get out and harass my dogs. We've been down. We filed multiple complaints. And they do nothing. These people, they take horrid care of their dogs, and yet they're allowed to do so. If Denali and Spirit would have hurt that guy a couple weeks ago, they probably would have put him down. And yet these people, we had 3 witnesses, myself and 2 other people, who watched this pit bull run from his house, run down the street, attack that woman from behind. She did not know that pit bull was coming at her, and he was cooking. He was flat out moving. And he hit her, and she had her little dog on a leash. And the cops told us, they said, we will not do anything with this dog because you do not have video evidence. We had 3 eyewitnesses. Eyewitnesses are definitely valid in a a homicide trial, in any other criminal trial in court, but they don't work for a dog attacking a woman. I found that very, very sad. I found that very sad. So, let's get back to Ruft. Sorry, Ruft, I tend to ramble. Let's get back to Ruft. Now, Ruft is in St. Louis. Ruft is doing hospice rescue. Ruft is, now, when you're doing this type of rescue, Ruft, okay, here's my address. I want to talk about what you're doing in a live stream, Ruft. Not so much right now to interview you. I want to wait until we get the channel built up. Get a larger number of subscribers. I'm really working towards monetization because I have some things that I want to do with the dogs and other things. So I want to be able to start making money off of the YouTube ads that YouTube provides for the program. And if people want to buy merchandise, that will of course help. But when I get the channel up there and I can see a larger number of people coming in live streams, I'll have you on, Ruft. Right now, I would like you to send me kind of a synopsis of what your channel does or what your rescue does, so that as people coming in, I can start telling them about what you're doing. So if we hear somebody is like, I'm looking for a dog back in your area, I know who you are. I know what you do. And if you're not on the live stream, I still know where to point them to. So let's make sure that you get that information to me. I just need you to shoot me an email real quick at this address. Or it's in my channel description. So the website is there. You can go there, hit the contact button, and send me just send me an overview of your channel. And that way, I'll have it on hand. I'll pass it off to the mods. I'm kind of keeping the moderators at a low number right now, because I don't want a lot of blue bling in the chat. And I see people who have 5,000 people in their live streams, and they're only using 2-3 moderators. And so I think that where we're at is sufficient. And both Irish and Guardian Angel are good people. They don't put up with a lot, and so I don't even have to tell them. They're boom, people are taken care of before I ever have to even worry about it. Yeah, that would be so Ruft. So what'd you guys think of the new logo, by the way? I didn't have anybody come out and say that's a bomb ass logo, dude. We really love that logo. I didn't see that. See nobody saying nothing like that, man. I'm in Oregon. I'm up here in Oregon, South Central Oregon, a little town called Klamath Falls. Where are you at, Steve? You don't have to say town, by the way. It just kind of the general area that you're from. And for those of you who are new, my name's Dave. I'm a I'm a disabled veteran, but this channel is focused more on dogs and my life, living the best life I can with my dogs. It's about positive. It's about moving forward with your life. We don't dwell a lot on the negative aspects of life. We dwell on what can be done, not what can't be done. We focus on responsible dog behavior. We don't focus on trying to create an environment where your dog lives like they're in a Hilton hotel. My dogs don't. They live at the Holiday Inn. But we support responsible dog behavior. If somebody's got their dogs outside and it's 30 degrees and their dogs can handle it, there's nothing wrong with that, But yeah, we're glad to have you in, Steve. Hope you enjoyed the channel. Hope you'll Hope you'll come back. Yeah, yeah. This channel used to be named High Desert. This channel actually used to be named High Desert. Um, Gosh, I want to. I know where Victorville is, but I'm thinking of Susanville. I'm thinking of Susanville. I can't place Victorville. I know what you're saying. It's in the high desert, but I'm just my mental map in my mind right now is stuck on Victorville. Um, we got a lot of dog rescues going on. If you ever, I'm not asking you to rescue a dog, Steve. I'm asking you, Big J Dub. What's up, buddy? Big J Dub. I was talking to you earlier. Hope you got my email. Um, we just keep the word spread. We that we have always have dog rescues available. If you ever know of anybody who's looking for a dog rescue, I can always put you in touch with somebody. Um, oh, you replied to my email, Big J Dub. Now, Guardian Angel, Big J Dub is the one that I was talking about. If we ever see anybody in here who's popping off with what looks like stolen valor, if Big J Dub's in here, he'll just go ahead and handle it. And if that person needs to be sent down the road, he'll just give Guardian Angel or Irish Cream a big shout out, J Dub, and they'll send him down the road. But Big J Dub, he's what they call a GWAT vet. Um, okay, I know where it is now. I'm uh, I'm right on the borderline between the high desert of um, Southern Oregon at the south side of the Cascades, and so that's where I'm located. Um, but anyways, for Guardian Angel, real quickly, Big J Dub says if I'm not watching the chat and Big J Dub's like that person needs to go, just send him on down the road. Um, stolen valor is not welcome in here. Um, for those of you who don't know what GWAT is, GWAT is I thought it was called the Gulf War on Terror, but I was informed the other day it's the Global War on Terror. To me, it's both. Um, the majority of what I saw going on with the war on terror, the 20-year war, took place over in where we're fighting right now, which is in Iran, through an organization called CENTCOM. Central Command is running the war in Iran. Central Command ran the majority of the war during the Gulf War on Terror, which took place primarily in Afghanistan, Iraq, well, Pakistan, down in places like Djibouti. They also dealt with AFRICOM, which was African Command. So the two were interchanged. I think CENTCOM. Maybe Big J Dub knows. I think CENTCOM also handled Yemen. CENTCOM handled what was going on up in northern Iraq with the Kurds, and so yeah, he was in country. I don't know if Big J Dub was just Iraq or if he was over in Afghanistan as well. But he spent some time over in the sandbox as well. I have to go let the little guys out, so I'm gonna shut this down. I'll be back in a bit, and we'll have a chill stream for a while. I don't know. I might just go to bed tonight, guys. I might just go to bed. I want to get the dogs out and do some filming tomorrow. I want to still do some filming with Denali before she loses her coat because she'll still have her look, but it's not going to be as full and as majestic as it is right now. And so I'd like to still get as much film as I can because I have some other ideas for videos that are going to be coming out. The video that we got coming out here, probably within the next week, we're going to do a video premiere. So what I'll do is I'll release the video, but I'll set up so it'll be a premiere so that everybody can come in, watch the video. It's going to be about 3 minutes long. It's kind of put to some country pop music. I got it. Yes, I did. I got all your emails. I responded to them. I got this video's coming out to some country pop music, a really cool song that matches it. As far as I'm concerned, it's a music video like you'd see on TV. Not because I'm in it. Just I was able to get some really good. Oh, no, it's the night, isn't it, Guardian Angel? It's the night. Boy, it really is the night for this, isn't it? The freaks have come out tonight. Oh my gosh. They are just, oh, boy, we really got the freaks out tonight. Well, this is what you got to look forward to, Guardian Angel, because it's only going to get worse from here, man. Um, you know why I'm getting those questions? You know why those questions are coming in? Because I titled this chat, Military Veteran Ask Me Anything. So that's why people are coming in and asking those questions. That's why people are coming in and asking those kinds of questions. Wow. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, well, that's no, you know what it is? Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, Uncommon Woman. I'm not disagreeing with you on that one at all. And the disagreement, of course, we had earlier was a good spirited disagreement, more of a debate. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. What I'm going to say is not I'm gonna add to that. Not only do they have too much time on their hands, they have the power of anonymity. Big word if it was a 12-year-old in here, but you all know what anonymity means. They can they can do it from the safety of a phone or from behind a keyboard, make the comment, and then walk away. That person would not have said that to my face. Would not have said that to my face at all. So that's the that's the power of anonymity. Which, you know what? If that person wants to come in here and use their time in their life, yeah, I just told you, Guardian Angel, I got it. I emailed you back. I emailed you back. I get all your emails. You, one of the things I found out about life, and I'm sure that all of you in here will agree with me, is the time that you spend doing anything in your life is time that you can't get back. So my philosophy is when I go out and I make a video, post a video, whether it's a shorts video or a long video, I want you to sit down with that video and I want you to say, I may not have enjoyed that video where I want to watch that video again, but I don't feel like I lost time out of my life where I don't want to watch that video again. You know, I made the video about out there about Big J Dub. Go watch that video I made out there called Angel. It's a Vietnam nurse story. Very beautiful story. Very beautiful when you get to the end. I did my best to tell it. I'd like to do more storytelling, but I made the video called Angel. I want to start doing some veteran stories. I just I need to determine which stories and how I want to go about it with that direction. I also made a story out there for any of you who haven't watched it yet called The Baby, the Pig in the Pot. And it's a Vietnam War village evacuation story. And especially if you're a woman, I think Guardian Angel has watched it, especially if you're a woman, this video is going to, I'm not going to say it's going to make you think. I'm going to say, especially for a woman or for a man who has kids, it's going to create a very strong reaction inside of you. I just wish I would have told. I may go back and remake this video and take out all the crap I said at the front. But this is a video that's going to make you think. It's going to make you think, and I'll give you guys kind of a trailer of this video. So this woman is in a video, or is in a village in Vietnam, and the village is being evacuated by American soldiers because the village is about to be overrun by we're going to say the North Vietnamese army. The Viet Cong may have been involved, I don't know. But it's about to be overrun, and the Viet Cong or the North Vietnamese army was not nice to villagers who were sympathetic to the American people. And so the American soldiers came in. It was a rush to evacuate the village, and they told everybody that you could take 2 items onto the boat. And this woman walked, and they said when they said 2 items, they meant human, whatever. So this woman walks up to the gangplank to get on the boat. She's got a baby, she's got a pig, and she's got a pot. And the soldiers told her, they said, you got to leave one of those behind. And I'll let you watch the rest of the video. I'll let you watch the rest of the video. I think that kind of covers it, don't you, Guardian Angel? I don't know if you watched that video on... Did you see it, Uncommon Woman? Did you see it, Barbara? I don't know if you all saw it. I'd be interested to know if they saw it. If Barbara saw it, I think that she'd be saying something right now because it makes you think. And it causes a very, very strong reaction in you. Yeah. You know what? I know a little bit about Barbara, where we've talked, and I don't think that she would. No, I haven't. I don't. No, I haven't, Big J Dub. Go watch that video, Big J Dub. I know. I know that Barbara wouldn't mind me saying this. Barbara raises a child who has special needs, and so if anybody is going to react to this video, if anybody's going to have a strong reaction to this video, it's probably going to be somebody like Barbara or somebody like the rescue lady who was in here who rescues people from hospice, because they're going to hear this story and they're going to be like, WTF. They really are. They're going to be like, no way. And I can tell you, after being to the Orient, to the Southeast Asia and meeting these kind of people, yes. I was actually thinking about making a video. I'll ask you guys about this. I use thanks for bringing that up, Big J Dub. That's why I really want to talk to you, and I want to talk to you, and I don't want you to put this in chat. Here's why. It's going to be so much more powerful if you can put this into voice chat, or at least send it over to me and tell me how you would like me to talk about it, and I'll make a video about it. But when you put it in chat, it gets lost in here, and this is a very powerful thing that you're saying. So it's interesting because I wanted to ask you guys. I have a buddy who I helped, and I don't want to tell you the whole story. I want you to hear it either from him, or I want him and I to sit down and have him tell me how he wants me to tell it. But we had a buddy who was murdered on the ship. Okay, I've mentioned that before. So I would like you guys to give me an idea. You can go watch the video, Steve. It was 2 items per person. Did I say 3? Because it was 2 items per person. If I said 3, I meant 2 items per person. Sorry about that. I heard this story from my birth mom. She knew the guy who was there. So it's kind of a secondhand story. But she knew a lot of guys who were in Vietnam. I was born in 1968. So she, when I say birth mom, I was adopted. But we had a buddy who was murdered on the ship. It was it wasn't quick. It wasn't quick. Um, and so my other buddy, he messaged me a couple years ago, and I remember the event now, but it was one of those things I forgot over time. Um, my other buddy pretty much he lived through the same experience again 3 years later, and he survived. And I was wondering if you all would like to have him come on here and be interviewed at a later time. Would you rather have me tell his story and then have him come on and tell you about life after this happened? Or would you, how would you like that to go down? Because it would give me a story to tell on the channel, but I won't be able to tell the whole thing because um, I don't feel like if I did the video that it would get the traction that this video deserves to get the message across of what he went through. Um, it was very hard for me because I helped him get his VA benefits, and I'm not saying that to make myself a hero. I especially am saying that for Big J Dub. I'm not saying this to make myself out as a hero. What was going on, Big J Dub, is he was filling out the forms for the VA to get his disability, and he really didn't have the mental capacity at the time to to he didn't have the mental capacity at the time to fill out the forms in a way that would prompt the VA to give him the benefits he rightfully deserved. What this guy went through was pure hell. He basically relived a murder, is what he did, and it wasn't a quick experience for him either. The only reason I ask if you guys would like to hear me tell it is I've always admired a guy, and if you guys don't know who this is, I'm going to type him in chat. If you like listening to stories, this guy, if you haven't heard of him, he's an amazing storyteller. Marky Mark, we were just talking about, and Marky Mark, why don't you take a moment? Big J Dub, U.S. Army, Marky Mark, U.S. Navy. Mr. Ballin is a military veteran. He was special operations as well, but he doesn't do anything special operations related. He tells horror stories. And I've always admired Mr. Ballin. That's who he is. I've always admired his storytelling capabilities. And when I was telling my stories, I was trying to tell them the way that Mr. Ballin does. I wasn't even close. I need to get my reps in. That's why I said, would you guys like me to tell my buddy Mike's story? And then you guys kind of have the background of the story, and then Mike can come on and talk about the aftermath, because the aftermath of living with it for 40 plus years is even worse. And then I was able to come in and sit down with Mike and say, hey, Mike, I think that what happened with Mike was when he went to get his VA benefits, he only wrote about, I talked to the woman. He gave me permission. I talked to the woman who was handling his VA case, and she said, we can't get him his benefits. He was turned down because you were special, man. You're special to me, Marky Mark. I love you like a brother. Oh my gosh. My buddy was turned down for his VA benefits because he wrote down 10 sentences. And when I read the 10 sentences, I'm like, Mike, they're not going to give anybody benefits for this, buddy. So I received disability for what happened on the ship that night. And so I had to sit here and basically relive everything while I helped him write his benefits statement, which my ex-wife looked at me after I got off the phone after 3 hours with him, and she's like, just leave me alone for a couple weeks. And I'm like, why? And she's like, that was hard for you. And I'm like, Yeah, it was. Um, it, so I helped him sit down and rewrite his statement. And then what we did is we rewrote his statement, and then we sent his statement over to a friend of his who was a professional writer. And between all of us together, his his veteran service officer, his friend, and myself, we were able to get his package written up and structured for him properly. And the reason that I was valuable to that particular part of it, and I was only one part of it, I was not a hero in any way, but I was able to understand what he was telling me about what was going on the ship that night, so that I could say, okay, this is important, this is what you need to put in here, this is important, leave that out, that doesn't matter, that's only going to sidetrack the VA raters, because there's people who work for the VA who rate your disability, and I was like, you don't want to go down that rabbit hole or down this rabbit hole, let's stay here. And so it wasn't so much this, I don't want to tell his whole story, I want to tell the story itself, but when he comes in, a lot of the reason that I want to do that is because this is kind of the way that Sean Ryan and other people do it, is they tell the what the guys went through after they came back. Like, what did people who were in the war with Big J Dub and people like that, what do they go through after they come back? And I want you guys to hear what Mike went through after this happened. Um, well, are you gonna email me? Come on, shipmate. Shit. Get your pen out and write down my email address. Damn, dude. I told you email me, Marky Mark. Shit, man. I can't look at something if you don't put it in an email. All right, I know you need to go outside. We're gonna get you outside. You cool breeze. You need some medications. You're starting to get itchy, aren't you? She's still got allergy problems going on, man. She's still got allergy problems going on. All right. Do you know where to get a hold of me, or do I need to type it out again? I'm gonna type it out again just because I know that you corpsmen are just. If you don't give it to them twice, they're gonna forget. I looked down at that and I thought you said prostate, man. Okay, I got it. Before I go, hold on, Denali. Hold on 5 minutes. I just rubbed your face. I just scratched you. I got to tell these guys this story. They're going to laugh. And I'm going to see if they think it's a story I should tell. I already know how to title this one. You guys are going to laugh your asses off this one. I'm making a fool out of myself, okay? I'm going to make a fool out of myself, so you guys had better stick around and laugh for this one. And you guys had better watch this story when I put it out there, because I'm about to make myself look like an ass. And here's why. I never took human anatomy, okay? I have a valid excuse for this. I never took human anatomy in high school. So I'm over in Iraq, and I'm sitting there. These two guys I work with, we all work in an office, and at night we'd call home. And I was calling home to this gal who was my fiance at the time. And she, this was 20 years ago, and I'm not giving any personal details, so she would get back. She was having trouble with urinary tract infections, kidney infections, something along those lines. Somewhere basically within the plumbing system of the human body, right? And so we've been talking about this for a couple weeks, and she already had a bad kidney, but she's like, well, it's not my bad kidney. And so I was like, well, hey, I said, look, have you gone to your doctor and have you talked to your doctor and said, I need my prostate checked? Well, the guys in the office started laughing, and I couldn't figure out why the guys in the office were laughing at me when I'm trying to help my fiance out to help her get better so that she's not sick, so that she'll get over this urinary tract infection. Why not go up and get your prostate checked? That's what anybody would do, right? You have something wrong with your plumbing? Well, if you're having trouble peeing, go get your prostate checked. They started laughing at me. I didn't know why. I found out later why. Because my fiance hung up on me They were laughing. They were actually doing the ROFL, rolling around, laughing on the floor. So yeah, I thought you all would enjoy that story. Here I am talking to my fiance, trying to help her out, trying to be the knight in shining armor who rescues her from a urinary tract infection, and I fumbled the ball. So I tried. I tried. Yeah, y'all are giving me hearts. And so should I make Marky Mark, Big J Dub, Guardian? Should I make that into a story and tell it on YouTube? I don't care what anybody thinks. I can laugh at myself. I can laugh at myself. I thought it was good. At least I tried to help out, right? At least I tried to help out. I was a good guy. Get over here. Get over here and say hi to everybody. Get over here. And I say hi to your peoples. Say hi to your peoples. We haven't done it. You know what? We haven't done. You know what we haven't done lately? Is we haven't done a you with your big old pig head sticking out the window of the car video where you're saying hi to your people as the Lion Queen. Okay, Sojo. Okay. I got a question for you, Sojo. I got a question for you. And it's a valid question. And I'm not first off, let me paraphrase this. I'm not bashing on Christianity at all. I'm not bashing on the ability of God to intervene in people's lives with a miracle. Okay? All right, see you later, Marky Mark. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something, Sojo. I'm going to show you something. You probably can't see it. But when I was a senior in high school, right there, I have a scar. And right there is where I cut myself with a chainsaw. Not a deep cut. Got about 15 stitches, went on my way. Showed it off to the girls at school. Everybody thought I was cool. So here's my question to you, Sojo. God could take away that scar, but he doesn't. Okay? I know a little bit more about the Bible than I probably let on. Okay? Now I'm going to ask you this, Sojo. You ever heard of the Apostle Paul? And I'm not trying to argue with you, Sojo, but when you come into a chat like this and you're talking, you're saying things like that in a chat, people can take that different ways. You're only making one statement. So I'm going to complete this statement. I'm not going to wait for you to respond. I'm going to complete the statement. The Apostle Paul said, I have a thorn in my side. God can take that thorn away. However, he's chosen not to do so. That's great. I'm glad you were saved. I appreciate that. The point I'm trying to make is God can take away a lot of things. But with most people, there's a reason he doesn't choose to take things away. And so miracles are very situational with God. And there's multiple people in here who have PTSD. Multiple people in here. And God's not going to take away my PTSD, Sojo. I don't suffer from PTSD. And I appreciate you reading my profile, by the way. Thank you for that. I do appreciate that. And I apologize if I'm coming off a little bit harsh. I'm not trying to come off harsh. What we've been talking about in here tonight is people will come in and they'll only pick up a part of the conversation. And so sometimes when you come in and you put a thought out there like that, people will only see a part of it. They won't get the full context of it. And so the thorn in your side, part of Paul's statement, has always meant a lot to me because he said that I'm going to live, I'm just going to say it the common man's way. Paul basically said, I'm going to live the best life that I possibly can. And Paul lived his life specifically for Jesus because he was an apostle. I'm not going to get into that rabbit hole or get into a debate on it. I'm just going to say that Paul lived the best life he possibly can. Um, what I will say about your statement is God gives me the chance to get up every day as a person who lives with PTSD. And God gives me a chance every day to heal myself from the PTSD. And the way that He does that is by me making decent decisions about how I eat, about exercise, about having goals, about spending time with my dogs, about living a good quality life overall. That's how I heal myself from my PTSD. And just like I believe that you never stop training a dog the way a human athlete never stops training themselves, or a human worker who goes to training to update, doctors go to trainings on the newest technologies, whatever. Every day that I get up out of my bed, I have PTSD. It's up to me that day to do everything that I can to make sure that I heal myself that day. God gives me the tools. He gives me a disability check. He gives me two dogs who create a good environment. He gives me air conditioning. He gives me money to pay for my heat. He gives me good food. Now, I could go down to the store with all that money like I did for many years and buy bad food, pollute my body, destroy my life, do drugs, the things I used to do. But God gave me free will and He gave me the ability to make decisions. So I'm diving deeper into your statement because I think that what you said is true in its own way. Why don't you just sweat off the PTSD? Uh, um, I really don't know. I really don't know how to answer that one. I really don't know how to answer that one. And I'll tell you something else, Sojo, and you're not going to agree with this one at all, and that's okay. I also microdose mushrooms, and I also use ketamine. Now, the ketamine comes in as a prescription. The ketamine comes in as a, you know what? Shout out to Big J Dub for that comment right there. Um, whether you know, here's what I'll say to that, Sojo. Here's what I'll say to that is what I'll say to that is that's a very beautiful thing that you've done. You handled it very well. We'll get people, and here's where I'm coming from, Sojo. Let me explain this. We'll get people who will come in here and they'll say, praise Jesus, give your life to Jesus, and then they split. They're going around and they're Jesus spamming is what I call it. They go around, they Jesus spam, and they hit 50 live streams a night. Good for them. What you did is different, and I respect what you're doing, especially here in a more of an intimate conversation, a conversation with a little bit more depth. That's why I've kind of taken the time to develop this whole thought. I gotta turn the camera on me. I'm looking at the screen here. I'm following the chat. Um, my personal belief is that I heard an analogy. I guess I don't know if you call it a parable or whatnot that kind of embodies my thought process towards God and towards Jesus and towards help and towards prayer. And it was this story that I think somebody made up. I don't think it was true. It couldn't have been true. And This person is on this roof of this house, and the building or the town is flooding. Okay. And she says, and so this boat comes by the house, and they say, "Hey, lady, the flood is here, and pretty soon it's going to be underwater, and you're going to die." And she says, "Well, I don't need a ride." She says, "God is coming to rescue me." So the guy leaves. Another boat comes by. She says the same thing. Third boat comes by. She says the same thing. So the flood hits. She dies. She gets to heaven. And she gets before Jesus. And she's like, "Why didn't you save me?" And he said, "Well, I tried to. I sent 3 boats." And I've always felt that way about my life is God gives us the tools. As I've said, good food. We all have access to it. Medication in the form of ketamine, which gives me a really good, what they call neuroplasticity reset every 30 days. A little microdosing of mushrooms, which is good from a medical standpoint. I don't full out trip on mushrooms. I work out. I walk my dogs. I get out into nature, which again is an amazing form of therapy on its own. And Uncommon Woman didn't tell me that I'm showing my crotch off again. So I think you can see where I'm coming from, Sojo, is your point is valid. The most important point that you said, is, do you have a relationship with Jesus? That's the most important point that you made. And I think that everybody needs to have that relationship. I totally agree with you on that. Totally agree with you on that. And I don't feel like you're cutting me off. I think that you brought a very, very good topic to these conversations, which this is the longest that we've ever had a talking conversation on here. You brought a very good point. You're like, do you know Jesus? That right there, very good point. Can he handle PTSD? I think that I've come in and I've kind of explained how he can handle PTSD. I just feel like it's an ongoing process every day. And I hope that we can both come to an agreement on that that we both are pretty much on the same page, just looking at it, I think, from a little bit different angle is all. What's your thoughts on that? I'll let you give your thoughts real quick, and then I got to go put my dogs out. And we'll just go ahead and kind of wrap this up. But I wanted to give you a chance to respond before I did so. Well, I appreciate you answering me. Thank you. Um, I want to answer that very clearly because this is my channel, and again, I encourage you to think about what you're saying in the context of conversations with content creators in channels, because what you just said here, and I'm not going to delete your comment because I want the comment to stand because I'm answering this comment right now. I don't do anything illegally. I don't do anything illegally for 2 reasons. Number 1, God doesn't want me to do anything illegally. Number 2, I have a VA disability check that comes in every month. The American people, well, three reasons. The American people expect me to live a good quality life by working and paying taxes every day so that I can have disability and live the best life I possibly can. I owe it to the American people to have some sort of contract with them to make sure that I do live that life. Number 3, if I do anything illegal and I get busted for it, Sojo, I lose my disability, I lose everything, and I'm going to be homeless and out on the street. Now, that part does make me mad, but it's not mad at you. But you have to think about what I never gave you in this conversation any indication that I was doing anything illegal at all. I said that I microdose mushrooms. I microdose. I microdose Amanita mushrooms, which are totally legal in this state. They're totally legal in 49 states. They're not legal in Louisiana, but you can still pick them anywhere you want to go. I hope for you that you come to a point. Well, I'm 100% permanent and total with PTSD through the VA. Their raters rated me, and I want to tell you something about my rating. We're still going deeper, so I'm going to tell you something. There's not many people who get rated with PTSD at 100%. And Big J Dub can back me up on this. This is a VA specific thing. Maybe yours is military related. I don't know. You haven't gone into it, and I'm not going to ask you to, out of respect for everybody's privacy. But I was rated for PTSD 100% permanent and total the first time. I was so gone at that point that my mom had to fill out my paperwork for me. What the lady told me at the VA is she said, go get letters from the people who know you about what they think about how you live your life. And I got those letters, and I sent those letters in, Sojo. And there are people out there who spend 20, 30, 40 years just trying to get disability from the VA and never get it. There are people out there who spend that amount of time trying to get their percentage increased, and they never get it. I was rated 100% permanent and total the first time. That never happens. It was because of what those people wrote in those letters, and because of what my VA psychiatrist said in his statement. And I was rated within 6 months. And yet I do not consider myself as a person. Up until 5 years ago, I did, Sojo. I considered myself as a person who suffered from PTSD. I tried to go back to work in 2022. I spent 2 years getting off of medications to prepare myself to go back to work because I thought I wasn't disabled. And I was going to prove to myself, to my mom, to everybody I knew that I was not disabled. And so I got off of Xanax, I got off of quetiapine, I got off of 4 other medications. And if you've ever gotten off of drugs, Sojo, you know what I'm talking about. Getting off those drugs is pure hell. And I got off of all of them so that I could go back to work. Tell me how many people are on disability who want to get off so that they can take their life back. I tried to go back to work. I tried to go back to work, man. There are people who will lie to get on disability so they can sit around on their dead asses and eat donuts and drink Mountain Dew. And I tried to go back to work. And the most devastating day of my life, Sojo, is when I had to sit down at my computer and realize that I was disabled and I could not work. And that happened in December of 2023. And that was the most devastating day of my life. And yet I sat down and I said, you may not be able to work, dude, but you still can live some level quality of life. And you can do the best that you can possibly do with yourself every day to take whatever it is that God has given you and make the most of it. And if you come in here and you stay with the channel and you come in here, Sojo, and you watch my buddy Mike someday when I interview him, and I'm not going to interview him until I have like 10,000, 15,000 subscribers. I'm not going to. I'm not going to interview him until then because I want people to hear his story because him and I went through it together. But he's got some stories about dreams too. You know, my ex-wife, part of the reason that she left me is she said, I don't want to sleep in bed with somebody who sleeps on the edge of their bed every night. She's like, why do you do that? I said, I sleep on the edge of my bed for 2 reasons. I said, I was on a ship that it was so hard to ride that ship in the Navy that we had to tie ourselves into our racks. And I said, so I always tied myself to the posts on the edge of my rack. I said, the second reason is when I was in Iraq, I slept on the edge of my bed so I could fall off my bed, slide under my bed where my body armor was, and pull my body armor over the top of me because I didn't have time to run to the bomb shelter. And she's like, well, I feel alone. And so that's one of the reasons that she divorced me. So we all have things that are going to permanently be with us, but the only thing that I can encourage you about, Sojo, and I'm not going to sit here and argue with you, that if anything, I'm glad that you brought all these up. It's been a good conversation, a healthy debate. You haven't taken anything away from me, Sojo, not at all. I very much appreciate you taking the time to have I guess, a healthy debate on some differences. Now, we've been able to clear it that we're not, I'm not doing anything illegal. I mean, you could go around my house. The only thing that I have here in my house that's related to substances other than my ketamine is a bottle of wild turkey that I use to make marinade with. I don't drink, I don't do drugs. DJ Shipley Jr., a Navy SEAL, said something one time that I've subscribed to. And he said, you fail yourself and you fail your society if you drink or do drugs, because a man should be able to be available to anybody, anywhere at a moment's notice to render aid. If they're in a distressful situation, you should be able to be there to provide for your family if they need you. You should be able to do whatever you need to do in a sober state of mind at any point in time. The only reason that I use ketamine, Sojo, is because it's a quick in, it's a quick out. It's boom, you're in and you're done. You're in a compromised state, but it's a very short term that you're in a compromised state, or else, because of what DJ Shipley said, I would not do it. Sobriety is the best way to live life. Sobriety is what makes sure that you don't break the 10 Commandments or follow the 10 Commandments to your best of the ability. Sobriety is what gives you the ability to have a good relationship with Jesus Christ. Sobriety is what gives you the ability to be a good man in your community. And making a decision to accept the fact that God gives you the ability to heal yourself and not consider yourself as somebody who suffers from anything, but somebody who lives to the best of their ability with everything, is probably the only suggestion that I could give you. Everybody's PTSD is personal and unique to them. Just like a guy on here on YouTube who subscribed to my channel by the name of Mark Mastiff. Great guy. I may bring him on and interview him. Mark Mastiff, you can look up his channel. I've mentioned him before. He came in here, he's been on a live stream. Mark Mastiff has no leg. And yet he still gets up and spends time with his dogs every day, gets up, takes his daughter to school, gets up, lives the best life he can. I hope Mark's a Christian. He probably isn't. But he still does that. And he doesn't suffer. And I think that as a society, we fall into this trap, which I did, that we're supposed to suffer. Paul suffered for the gospel. So did Peter, so did John, so did James, in ways that we could never imagine. But Paul also still lived with joy. So we need to look at and take into account, do we allow the word suffer to be a word that puts us in a place of victimization? Which I don't think that you do, Sojo. Don't think that I'm pointing that finger at you. I want to make sure that I specifically say that. It's just and see, there's a pastor who when I went to church up in Montesano, Washington, when he used to pray, he said something that stuck with me for up to this point right now. He said when he was praying from the pulpit, he said, I pray to you, God, that you will meet every single person in this room tonight at their point of need. And I was like, holy cow. That right there has got to be um, one of the most effective prayers that I think that I've ever heard in my whole entire life. And I'm not saying there's not more effective prayers. It's just I heard it and I experienced it and I thought that's beautiful. What a beautiful prayer to say over a large body of people as a pastor. Understanding that you as a pastor can't take time to pray for each and every person in here individually, and yet you still did. And what Guardian Angel said is just totally backs that up. God meets everybody where they're at. And you know, I totally wish you Godspeed with your PTSD, Sojo. The only area that I really, I guess, got kind of frustrated with was, and it's my fault. It's my fault. It's not your fault. Was when you said about doing things illegal. It's like, well, you said you microdose mushrooms, you dumbass. You don't microdose illegal mushrooms. You microdose a mushroom that actually this mushrooms. It's an amanita mushroom, and if you are smart and you use it properly, it's a very good alternative, very powerful alternative. There's quite a few people out there who have used Amanita to replace Xanax. But it's up to you as the individual to you know, determine what it is that you use, whether it's lion's mane or I use shilajit, which is a tar-like substance that comes from the Himalayas. Has it's kind of like Irish sea moss, with it has so many of the vitamins and minerals that your body needs, or moringa powder, to keep my health, keep my brain functioning as well as possible. Um, and I hope that you do too, Sojo. I really do. A lot of times we don't spend a lot of time focusing on Christianity related topics in this channel, because a lot of people come in here who aren't Christians, and they just come in here and they just come in here to spend time with the dogs. And they come in here to ask people about, life as a veteran. They come in here to ask people about all kinds of different things. There's people out there like JD Farrak, who's a pastor who I watch quite a bit, or Jack Hibbs. Great guys. They're pastors. Their channel is devoted to preaching the Word of God, sharing the good news of Jesus Christ. That's what their channels are about. And, normally I would have asked you and said, I appreciate you sharing what you felt like you needed to share. It just seemed that this was a conversation. The people who are in here, Barbara, Uncommon Woman, Guardian Angel, there's a couple others. They're the hardcore members of this channel who really support this channel, and I know their backgrounds, and so that's why I thought we just, kind of let the conversation drift where we let it drift, and we all seem to have the same feeling and opinion of it. But I do wish you well, and I hope that maybe at some point you can look at the word suffering and ask yourself if you really suffer. I think that is probably